You're muted.
Good afternoon. Sorry for the delay. Had a little private sector gig stuff pop up at the last minute. So, but I am here. Is it safe to call this meeting to order?
Let me start the recording. Give me just about 15 seconds. Okay, we can start when ready.
All right, thank you. I'm calling to order this meeting of the San Diego Water District Board on this August 18th, 2021. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Board Member Hinsey.
Here.
Board Member Lyons.
Here.
Board Member Mosca.
Here.
Vice President Blakespear.
Here.
President Kranz.
Here.
Record will show that all members of the board are present, and please note that San Diego Water District Board members do receive an independent stipend of $100 for convening water district meetings pursuant to San Diego Water District Resolution number 89-07.
Thank you. And now if you'd all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, tonight we have no special presentations or proclamations, so do we have any oral communications? Was that a no?
Oh, sorry about that. No, we do not. We don't have any. Okay. And we did not have a closed session.
Yes. And did we have any changes to the agenda?
No changes to the posted agenda.
Okay, that brings us to the consent calendar, which has 4 items, and I would entertain a motion for approval.
So moved. Mosca.
Second, this is Hinsey.
Okay, Board Member Hinsey?
Yes.
Board Member Lyons?
Yes.
Board Member Mosca?
Yes.
Vice President Blakespear?
Yes.
And President Kranz?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the action items. Item 10A is a conversation about customer late fees possibly resuming, and also shutoffs for non-payment of water services. And this presentation will be by Finance Manager Kazungu.
Thank you, President Kranz and members of the board. During the pandemic, staff has been providing the board with occasional updates on the delinquent status and late fee status of our customers. I'm going to introduce Amber Romero, Finance Analyst from the San Diego Water District, to provide a short presentation on the latest and the reasoning why we are requesting to resume late fees and delinquencies. So I'll turn it over to Amber.
Thank you, Mary. Are you guys able to see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Alrighty. So the item before you will provide an update on the district's delinquent account status and the recommendation from staff regarding the resumption of late fees and shutoffs for non-paying customers. There we go. So in March of 2020, the district temporarily suspended late fees and water shutoffs to support customers facing financial challenges due to the pandemic. In April of 2020, the governor signed Executive Order N-4220, which formally suspended water providers from discontinuing water service to residential and essential businesses for non-payment. The governor's order, however, was clear that customers would still be responsible for amounts they owed to water systems for the provision of water services. This chart shows the amounts owed to the district as of July 31st, 2021, and then 2 weeks later on August 16th, 2021. This amount represents only those accounts that would normally be shut off for non-payment. The district is now owed $45,002.92 in shut-off amounts. This is a significant increase in just 2 weeks from when the agenda report was originally prepared. Throughout the moratorium on fees and shutoffs, staff has attempted to stay in contact with delinquent customers. Calls have been made to current customers on the delinquency list, reminding them to make any payment they're able to afford. Letters have been sent advising customers of various assistance programs they can apply for, and payment arrangements have been offered. To date, only 3 customers on the shutoff list have requested a payment arrangement. As per SB 998 and our administrative code, this is the timeline we follow when an account becomes delinquent. While the bill becomes delinquent after 18 days, the district does not apply late fees until the 48th day and will only proceed with a shutoff on the 80th day after numerous attempts to contact the customer. On June 11, 2021, right before the state of California fully reopened, the governor signed Executive Order N-0821, which essentially lifted the moratorium on shutoffs for non-payment. It identified that Executive Order N-4020 was among the various orders that would expire on September 30th, 2021. Staff is therefore recommending that the board reinstate late fees effective November 18th, 2021, and shutoffs effective January 4th, 2022. Staff is also prepared to maintain the status quo of not charging late fees or initiating shutoffs until a time directed by the board. We can also implement any other action the board may reach after discussion today. This concludes our presentation, and we are available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. And Board Member Mosca, I see your hand is up. I don't know if you were up before Board Member Lines, but go ahead.
I'll go. Thank you to the staff for the presentation. My question is, when somebody is behind on their bill, what do we do in terms of outreach to them and working with them in terms of getting up to date? Because we could have some customers that are several months behind, and so if it was hard for them because of several different circumstances to pay the bill, it's certainly going to be hard for them moving forward to pay the bill and also pay the arrearage. And so just wondering how do we basically work with them on the arrears that are owed, even the amount that's going to be owing going forward?
Excellent question. Yes. So when we do make the payment arrangements, it essentially removes the delinquent amount from their active amount due, and they can then pay down. Well, the way we work payment arrangements, they would need to pay on their past due balance plus keep their current balance. However, we can certainly expand the time that they have to pay off the amount that's owed so that it isn't quite a hardship on them.
All right. So my question really is about that past due amount or arrearage. How do we is there anything in the code that says what that amount should be, like a percentage, or they need to have it paid off within 12 months? Or how do we decide what is a proper amount? I guess my point would be that I favor a flexibility for the staff to work with the customer to identify and understand what their resources are, and this is with regard to the arrearage. What can they pay? What can they afford to pay toward the amount that they owe and back pay? Of course, still paying what's owed as we're moving forward.
Yes. So we do have a payment arrangement option that is available online. We have it currently set up as part of the SB 998 process, and that requirement allows up to a year to make the payments back. However, in light of the situation, and we do have customers that have large balances, we would absolutely be flexible in the way that we can extend it out. So there's nothing that says that we cannot work with a customer to make a payment arrangement that will work for them. And there are no fees or percentages or anything associated with doing a payment arrangement.
Right. I think that's really compassionate. So we have the 12 months, but we can work with the customer, and there's no interest or penalties or associated with it. What is the largest amount in back pay that's owed by any one individual customer?
I don't have that list in front of me right now. However, if I remember correctly, it is probably close to $7,500.
$7,500. Is that a one-off situation, or are there many? I think there are only 60 customers that are behind.
There are now 71.
71. All right. So 60 as the last time. Now we had 11. We have 11 more. Right. So is that an anomaly situation, $7,500, or is that?
That is, yes. There are a handful of customers that are probably in that $3,000 to $5,500 range, but these are customers who have not paid their bill sometimes since 2019.
All right. All right. One last question. And do you know when we look at OMWD, which is my water district here in Alevenheim and for half of our city, do we know what OMWD is doing, what Santa Fe Irrigation District is doing? Have we kind of looked at to see, where they're at in terms of how many of their customers, what percentage of their customer base is behind, and what they're doing, as the governor's order is being lifted?
Yes, absolutely. So I am not aware of their percentages or how much money they are owed. However, I am aware of the fact that Alevenheim is resuming they've already resumed late fees. They will resume shutoffs in October, on October 4th, as soon as the moratorium lifts.
Yeah, the staff report says Santa Fe is also, Helix and the city of Oceanside are among others. So it seems like the trend is towards reinstating these.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that.
If you like, I can share my screen, and I do have a slide that does kind of basically break down who's charging late fees, who will be doing shutoffs, and all of that.
Sure. Thank you.
So there you go. So your first one are the districts that are currently already charging the late fees. The second bullet point will be those districts that have already approved resuming the late fees and when they will be resuming them. The tentative means districts like us who are going before their board still. And then the unknown are people who basically did not respond to my poll when I asked.
Did you focus your poll on North County, or is it just that there are a lot of North County?
I actually focused it on the entire region.
All right. All right.
So this would be a good portion of the water districts within San Diego County.
Perfect. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Board member Lyons.
Thank you, Chair. I realize you might not have the answer to the question I'm about ready to ask, but I will ask it. I believe that we are addressing this now because of the governor issued executive order that is due to expire September 30th. I mean, I just made that assumption, but I think that's what our time frame is based on. However, it does say in the documents that this this moratorium on this suspension of people paying for the water service is to support customers facing financial challenges during COVID-19 pandemic, and it's meant to be in place until we're officially no longer in the pandemic. So I don't know if it's just me or if my other colleagues would feel the same way, but I see with kids going back to school and with the Delta variant still creating a lot of concern, that I wonder if the governor will extend this deadline on the executive order beyond September. I guess I'll just leave it like that and see if anyone has a comment on that.
And recall.
Board Member Lines, we are not aware of any extension that the governor might make on his executive order. We're all kind of in a wait and see status. You know, we brought this item forward knowing that the Delta variant seems to be picking up its pace, and we will not be surprised at all if the governor does decide to extend it, but we thought it was prudent that staff make this presentation to you so that we can decide on a way forward.
Then my follow-up question is, if the governor extends it, should we just wait on this decision? I guess I see that people's financial conditions might not be any better now than they were a year ago. And if schools close and kids go back home and parents can't work, and that will affect their income, I just don't see a clear near-term light at the end of that tunnel, unfortunately. And I'm wondering if this action would be premature. That's more of a comment than a question.
Board Member Lines, also one of the reasons why we went with the November 18th date was to give us some time to assess the situation and to see if he was going to extend it. Like you can see from the slides, several of the districts are doing it like right as soon as that September 30th date passes. But we really wanted to give ourselves some time to do some individual outreach to our customers who are on the delinquent status, help them get on payment arrangements, help them understand their situation so we can best support them.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Hensy.
Thank you. It's really unfortunate that we're seeing this situation in Encinitas, and I feel a lot of compassion for our neighbors, precisely for what Councilmember Lyons said, that we're still in the thick of it. And yet I also see the need to create some urgency around folks getting a plan together about how they can start making their minimum payments. So my question is, to what extent has our staff explored those options that you listed, including United Way and Modest Needs and different organizations that might be able to support our customers? And how likely is it that our customers, should they go through this process and spend their time trying to get these funds, how likely is it that they would get it? That's my first question. And then my second question is, what would keep us from putting something at the bottom of everybody's bill that if they wanted to add on a certain amount of money to help pay for their neighbor's bill, that they could start chipping away at this $4,500 we're looking at?
Well, thank you. As far as adding an amount to the bill, unfortunately, a lot of our bills go through a lockbox, and there would be absolutely no way for us to verify if someone didn't just overpay their bill and actually wanted it to go to a cause that would, and we would have to develop some kind of fund that it wouldn't go into our revenue fund. It would definitely have to be a split fund that is dedicated to that. And I think rules require that we actually have someone dedicated to administering that fund as well, because I don't think it's something that employees can manage. And that would be, maybe that's a higher level finance question, but I remember having some conversations around that.
I'll add on to what Amber is saying, because actually President Kranz had asked for this many months ago, the possibility of having our ongoing customers make a donation, or maybe a $3 donation to assist their fellow customers. And after researching it, what we learned was a program such as that would need to be administered by an outside agency that's not connected to the district. because any district involvement in it by staff would basically almost be a gift of public funds, in the sense that the district staff administering such a program is really not allowed as a special district. So in terms, and that's what we also looked at, the possibility of having the city's CDBG program, whoever their nonprofit provider is, be able to administer such a program. And it turned out it was going to be pretty expensive. In terms of following up with the customers in terms of the various programs such as United Way, all we could do was provide that information to the customers, and then they had to reach out to those agencies and submit applications, which I believe some of them were pretty detailed. You know, they would ask for when exactly the person got laid off, was it related to COVID? They had to submit tax returns and a lot of personal information that we would not be privy to. So it was entirely up to the customers to follow up on that. What we as a district have been doing is following up on, we expect that the state is going to very soon, hopefully, move forward on disseminating some of the funds that were going to be disseminated directly to the water purveyors, such as ourselves. Just recently, we filled out the paperwork to be recipients of those funds. And then right now we're in the process of completing a survey to identify exactly how many of our customers are delinquent, how much is owed, but the state has not requested for specific information about individual customers. But we do have, I believe, until September 10th to provide that information to the state. And then we'll wait and see. But I believe, and Amber, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we think the state is going to be disseminating those funds by sometime in November.
Yes, that is my understanding, is they only have a small time frame as part of the response effort to actually disseminate the funds, and they should start. Another reason we went November 18th is to hope that some of these funds, we would at least know what we are getting, and they would be able to have them sent out by just after November 1st.
Okay, that's hopeful. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Blakespear.
Yes, thank you. First, I wanted to just ask if we had any public comments on this item.
No, we do not.
Okay, so none of these 71 people have come to make any suggestions or speak to this item if they knew it was on the agenda. At the very beginning, you said that there had been a big increase just since the agenda was posted or written, since the agenda was written. What is the explanation for that?
We're really not sure what's driving this, but throughout this process, we've been receiving payments from some of the people on the list, and others have not made any attempt at all. I think we have one customer who reaches out frequently and pays us $1. So I think this particular period, since we prepared the report until Monday, when we did the follow-up to just see what the current status is, it's been kind of surprising to see that hardly anyone made a payment since July 31st through Monday, August 16th. So that's kind of been surprising for us as well, because throughout we had a few customers that would consistently contact us and make a small payment here and there.
Okay, so 71 is a lot for us, right? Like, because there used to be a fee and then it would be shut off. So we would never get this number of people. Is that right?
Correct.
Yes, so our average, I would say, shut off. I mean, we might get 1 to 3 a week for each cycle. A lot of the times we wouldn't get any. We would either already set them up with the payment arrangement so that they're no longer on the shut off list, or they would pay.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think in the big picture, we want to get back to a system where we're able to provide people with a payment plan, but not to just indefinitely have them not paying their water bill. Because, over time, that does, I think, lead to some portion of fraudulent efforts. I'm not sure. I think sometimes that's very much overstated because most people are responsible and do want to pay for the things that they take and use, and water being one of them. And so, the idea that we would move back toward a more, a system where people who can't pay we work with them, but then at a certain point, they do need to be able to move on to a different living arrangement where they're able to afford the water bill. It does seem to me like we should be headed back toward that. So I definitely support what Councilmember Mosca said about flexibility for staff to work with people as much as possible. It is important that those people work with staff and not just blow them off or not participate at all. And so I guess the staff, I'll just say to Councilmember Lyons' point, I guess my preference would be that, first of all, I don't see it as likely that schools are going to shut down again. I think the consequences were so severe for students, and there's just, the political climate has changed in California. I just don't see that would happen again. But if it did, because for various reasons, we were so unhealthy to go to school, then I think we would reevaluate this pretty quickly, and we could always go back to making a quick decision about water rates. Certainly schools and COVID they're related to the extent they affect the economy, right? To the extent people are able to work or not able to work, and therefore able or not able to pay their water bill, not just standing on its own, because getting COVID doesn't necessarily implicate your water bill unless it means that you can't work and you're out of a job, or you have to stay home with your kid, or that kind of thing. So I guess, I feel okay about staff recommendation. I do think I could go a lot of different directions on this topic tonight. So, there are a lot of different ways to look at it. But it does seem like it's a good idea if you look at all these different cities here who are choosing to opt back in over time, that we should do that too, just as being responsible for this utility that we oversee. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Yeah. So I note that in May the governor his proposed budget included $1 billion for. It's in here. It says the governor is proposing $1 billion to help Californians pay their overdue water bills. Is that something that the legislature decided to remove, or do we know what the status of that situation is?
That was kind of what we had referred to previously, that we do have a survey that we need to fill out. Any district that has a revenue impact has to fill out something from the state, and we have to have it in by September 10th. And those are the funds that I was referring to that I'm hoping that we might be able to get, that should be disseminated by November 1st.
Okay, so some of these folks that are in arrears, it could be that they will benefit from this particular program, but I think that it's important that we, start to shift towards the regular procedures that we used. I think the other thing that I would be very interested in knowing is whether there's any way, whether we could establish a hardship program so that we were able to confirm that people that are not paying their bills, in fact, are experiencing some financial hardship for one particular reason or another, whether it's loss of job to COVID or any issues. But it kind of bothers me. That big bill that you mentioned seems excessive. So it almost seems as if that person not only is not paying their bills, but they're using a significant amount of water. So I'm a little concerned about that. And I think that the only thing that will stop this is if we go back to what you might call standard operating procedures. So Board Member Lyons, I see your hands up again. Did you have more questions or comments?
Thank you, President Kranz. I did have a question about the information that Amber was presenting about the money that the state will be allotting to water purveyors. And Tony, you and President Kranz, you just also asked about that. another question about it is, when it seems like we would receive that money, of course, we don't know yet, but we are a water purveyor, and we have had losses that we can characterize that the money could go towards. So I'm going to assume we will get some money, and tell me if you think that's not a correct assumption. But when we get that money, do we attribute it to the losses we've experienced because of these delinquent accounts? I mean, it would seem like that would be then the logical thing that we would need to do to make the water district whole again because of these delinquent accounts. Is that how that works? Or is that too simple of a way to characterize it? Amber?
Thank you. Yes, that is exactly correct. When we fill out the survey, they one of the questions is asking if we have like basically a spreadsheet of the accounts that are delinquent and the amounts. And another important thing to note is that they will only reimburse us for accounts that were delinquent between March 1st and June 15th. So March 4th of 2020 and June 15th of 2021. So as I kind of had mentioned previously, a couple of these accounts might have even been from 2019. And then there are going to be some accounts maybe after the fact that they're still going to have those delinquent balances on there, even if they were able to get, you know, partial bills reimbursed. They may still have previous or post balances that are due.
Okay, thank you. That's a great clarification. I really appreciate that. Seems like we have some missing information, just some moving bits and pieces here. Some things we don't know today, but I'm leaning towards the staff's recommendation for reinstating the late fees in November and then shutoffs for non-payment in January. However, it seems to me as though we might benefit from mandating a payment plan from the delinquent customers. And I don't know if that's possible, but it seems like it's in their best interest and the district's best interest also to mandate a payment plan, even if it's that $1. But
it is our intention to reach out to every customer on the delinquency list and offer them the opportunity for a payment arrangement. And that's something that we can also go in and help them create. It's something they can apply for online themselves. We will work with each customer. If they refuse, they would then just fall into that shut off cycle. And usually once your water gets turned off, as soon as they actually create the payment arrangement, we would then go out, turn their water on, not charge them any additional fees for that in this situation, because normally there would be the $40 late fee and then the $40 turn off and turn on, but we would waive fees in light of the understanding that they're getting a payment arrangement so that we can just continue to assist them.
Board Member Mosca?
Yeah, I think some of my questions have been answered between President Krantz and Vice President Blakespeare and Board Member Lyons. But I am curious, the money that's coming from the state for this purpose, you say that we would get reimbursed for some of this arrearage if it occurred during certain dates. Does it also have to be related to COVID? And does there have to be proof? Do the customers have to produce proof, and we have to produce proof that they got behind because of COVID?
My understanding, I think, and I need to look at the survey a little bit more, but what the state is doing is they're assuming that between those dates of March 4th, 2020 and June 15, 2021, anybody on that list was impacted by that. So anything prior to that would not be eligible for this. We're not aware at this time of them requiring any proof that it was absolutely COVID related. We are just providing them with the information that this is what has impacted us during the pandemic or during the dates that they have provided us with. And then I think as the discussion has revealed, there are some of those customers that even prior to COVID were already delinquent, and others will continue to be delinquent even after. But without that mechanism of late fees and potential shutoffs, I feel like some of the customers just have no incentive to make any kind of payment.
So when we were getting dollars vis-a-vis the county or directly from the federal government on care dollars, there were a ton of different questions that we had to answer in the affirmative in terms of its relationship to CARES to COVID. And I know that the state has received billions of dollars or ton of money in COVID relief from the federal government. And so some of this money may be from the federal government. So we should resolve whether or not these are questions are going to be asked of us, and that whether these monies only go to folks that not only incurred the debt within a certain period of time, but also that it's related to COVID. And so then my next question is, do we have a process in place that identifies if these customers are actually getting behind because of COVID? So we have 71 customers. One of the customers is $7,500. I'm not sure what span of time, but it's already been said that sounds like a heavy usage. Have we classified these customers? Are they residential customers? Are they commercial customers? Are they industrial customers? Are they short-term rentals? What type of customer is this? And do we know why they got behind so that when these dollars come in, we know whether or not some of these customers are actually even eligible for relief? Do we know any of that information?
I can say that the bulk of the 71 customers are indeed residential. We do have a small handful of commercial accounts. Some of those commercial accounts have paid, and then they just maybe haven't paid recently. We even have the California state parks on there, but a lot of times they're just waiting for their warrants to come through. So we don't really classify those as like unpaid water bills because they do come, they just usually come a little bit later. So while we did create the cutoff list based exactly on which customers would now be shut off for non-payment, the total that I gave you of the $45,000 and 71 customers was actually removing the state parks from there, because I know that warrant will come in. So I think that there's, I know when we do our payment arrangement, we have options that the customer can select, because part of SB 998 is if you are like on Medicare, or if you are below the poverty level. And then one of the options that we also had was if you were impacted by COVID. So the payment arrangement is already set up for customers to, choose basically that it was due to the impacts of COVID. And at that point, if the board would so direct, we could request them to provide maybe attachments of how or when or why they were impacted by COVID. But my personal feeling is if the government or if the state's funds are going to come to us and it's going to cover our revenue from this period to that period, I don't know why we would then ask them to fill out a payment arrangement if their bills are already going to be covered.
Well, if that's the case, then you're right. But if it's not, and it's like the CARES dollars that we've gotten before, we may want to get busy on understanding the classification of why they got behind and all that stuff. So thank you for the information, and I'm going to move the staff's recommendation at this time.
And staff recommendations 1 and 2, 3 was to maintain status quo. We're not interested in that. And then we had an item 4 in the recommended actions that was to explore other alternatives. So we're at reinstate fees effective November 18, 2021, and reinstate shutoffs for non-payment effective January 4, 2020. Do I understand that's your motion, board member?
That is my motion. Thank you, President Krantz, for reviewing that. That is my motion.
Is there a second?
I will second that.
Seconded by board member Hinsey.
Can I ask for a little discussion before we call for the vote? I just didn't know if we were wanting some flexibility to respond when and if the state is reevaluating the executive order.
Well, my expectation is that we would likely have that back to the board when that comes forward, and that
okay.
Staff will be working, you know, with that in mind. And you know, I would encourage staff to. I think that the San Diego Water District policy is generally to do everything we can to accommodate the situations that present themselves. So hopefully we'll keep up that. So
appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
All righty. Board member Hinsey?
Yes.
Board member Lyons?
Yes.
Board member Mosca?
Yes.
Vice President Blakespear?
Yes.
And President Krantz?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to informational items, we have a presentation on potable reuse and the landscape that is presented to us here in this 2021. Presenters are the San Alejo JPA General Manager Mike Thornton and Shane Trussell, President of Trussell Technologies. They'll have a little history in their slide presentation, but this is an item that I asked to bring forward because I know that the issue of potable reuse, we've considered it as a board several times before. We've paid for studies before. There was money budgeted for an additional study to move us to the next step. And I got to looking into that, and it appears that we kind of ended up dead in the water. So I asked that this item be brought forward to talk a little bit about where we've been and where we might go. So with that, I don't know if Sam is going to introduce them or whether Mike and Shane are going to start.
I can start. Thank you, President Krantz and members of the board. In 2019, the district joined Santa Fe Irrigation District and San Alejo Joint Power Authority, Olivenheim Water District, and Leucadia Wastewater District to prepare the recycled water expansion plan. The plan and its recommendation were presented to the board during the May 2019 board meeting. The district's share of the cost at the time was $72,000. 2 years have passed since then, and so we have, per President Krantz's request, asked the General Manager of the San Alejo Power Authority, Mr. Mike Thornton, and Dr. Shane Trussell, President of Trussell Technologies, to provide a brief of the study, its findings, and to discuss the proposed next steps. And with that, I will just turn it over to Mike and Shane.
Thank you,
Mike?
Sam. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. President Krantz, Board of Directors, thank you for having me here. I'm Mike Thornton, as many of you know, General Manager of San Alejo Joint Powers Authority. And with me, I have Dr. Shane Trussell, who is a key author on both reports that I'll mention today. I'll start sharing my screen now. Great. Can everyone see that?
We can.
Awesome. I appreciate that. So let's talk about potable reuse in the landscape that we are in 2021. A little background, in 2015, we conducted a potable reuse feasibility study, which we completed and presented in 2016. The purpose of this report was to evaluate if we, San Alejo Joint Powers Authority, the San Diego Water District, the Santa Fe Irrigation District, could create a multi-agency potable reuse project that would leverage existing infrastructure that had been built to serve the potable water system, but had since aged out and now sits unused. It was a very creative concept looking at how we can purify water at the San Alejo campus in Cardiff, and then use an existing abandoned 30-inch pipeline to move the water from Cardiff to the San Dieguito Reservoir, where this existing pipeline terminates. The San Dieguito Reservoir would be a natural buffer that would receive this purified water, and then from there it'd be conveyed through an existing infrastructure to the R.E. Badger water treatment facility for one final treatment, disinfection, and then return back to the potable water system for both the benefit of San Dieguito Water District and the Santa Fe Irrigation District. What we found in this study was that there is a lot of unique elements that are present with this project that many other projects might not enjoy. And it appeared that this project did not hit against any fatal flaws, that this project appeared to be viable in both the technical and financial aspects. So from that effort, in 2018, we commenced work on a potable reuse study to further dig into some of the details and look at unanswered questions from the 16 study. We also expanded the group to include the Olivenheim Municipal Water District and the Leucadia Wastewater District. Some of the questions that we were looking to answer was, how much water did we think the water districts would want to purchase from the project? Was there enough wastewater available in the service area to meet this demand? And then again, what is the cost? What is the anticipated cost, not just of the capital side of things, but then the final water cost? And how does that compare to what we think the imported water will be at designated dates in the future? So the supplies, what we found was the supplies are available in the surface area using a combination of approaches of bringing the water together. We have the natural influent that comes to the San Alejo Joint Powers Authority. We have the city of Del Mar's wastewater, which since this report, we have had moved over to San Alejo and now is part of our sewer system provisions. So we have that wastewater captured. We have the Escondido outfall wastewater diversion implemented. So we can take wastewater that the city of Escondido is sending to the ocean and divert it for our reclamation. Then we have the option, again, to further expand the water we're recycling to the city of Encinitas' Encinitas Sanitary Division. This is wastewater that's collected at the Moonlight Beach pump station, and that water pumps north to the Bataquitos sewer pump station, and then ultimately to the Encina Wastewater Authority. So this is water that we could build a pipeline to and give it the option of going north or south, depending on where the reclamation allowances are. And that would, again, shifting our mindset more of thinking of water as a power grid, like the electrical system, with a variety of options versus the traditional way of thinking about wastewater where it only has one place to go. And so that was some creativity that we applied to this project. We also included the Leucadia Wastewater's Gaffner Water Reclamation Facility, because this could be a facility that would backfeed some of the non-potable water demands, or what we call our purple pipe water. And then we have the Rancho Santa Fe Community Service District wastewater treatment plants, which are small wastewater treatment plants that are challenged to find an opportunity to recycle their wastewater because it's salty, but they also don't have an ocean outfall system. So there's a wastewater supply that is a bit stranded, and we thought to bring that in could be creative. The 2019 study evaluated 4 scenarios, 2 of which were deemed the most viable, and I'll talk about those 2 scenarios. The first scenario, which we call scenario 2, is a potable reuse only option, producing about 3,500 acre feet of water a year. Put that into perspective that maybe a layperson could relate to, that's about 1.1 billion gallons annually. The infrastructure, again, that we're looking to utilize is this 30-inch abandoned water pipeline, the water campus in Cardiff, and the Sandigito Reservoir, which would be the environmental buffer that receives it, gives it retention time of about 2 months, and then the water would go to the RE Badger water treatment plant for filtration and disinfection. This project has a capital cost estimated at just under $120 million. We used some conservative cost estimating on this number because we knew that the level of detail we had for the project, we wanted to make sure that we had plenty of contingency to cover things that we might not have seen at that resolution. The 2018 cost for this water was estimated at $2,350 an acre foot, which would be expensive as compared to local water costs, which would be less expensive than desal water. And the important thing, as I'll show out, is it projects with better cost certainty than other imported water supplies that the water districts currently access. So when we take this unit cost and we project out at what we speculate the County and Water Authority water prices might be for imported water, and we use the range bound of 5% on the low end and 8% escalation on the high end. This was based at looking at historic cost increases by the San Diego County Water Authority. What we see is this project projects out, that's the straight line, the straight blue line projects out at the lower projection of where we think imported water costs will be in the future. What that tells us is that this project appears to be viable and that could justify for the next step of evaluation. The other scenario that we looked at was to create a potable reuse and a irrigation, recycled water irrigation type project, which would satisfy a larger demand, roughly 4,200 acre feet. And that would allow inclusion for the Olivine Municipal Water District, who has needs for recycled water at the Bridges Golf Course, and it would also provide recycled water for the Rancho Santa Fe Golf Course. Both of those golf courses are currently using potable water, so it would result as a net savings of potable water for the region. This project produces more water, but it also has higher capital cost as we have some more pipelines and other ancillary infrastructure to capture this potable and non-potable system. One nice allowance of this project is that by building it in steps, you're not faced with the full project cost in the first step, which would be the non-potable expansion of the system, the expansion of the main carrier pipeline, the 30-inch pipeline up to the reservoir, and then sequencing to a pure water project after that to capture the full utilization of the 4,200 acre feet. This project also shows that it compares well financially with what we anticipate potable water costs would be. The time frame of a potable reuse project is, in generic terms, looked at on a decade and a half to do the planning, the proof work with the regulatory agencies, the design, the construction, the implementation. We think because this is a smaller project where there's some assets already in place, such as the pipeline alignment, and a pipeline alignment of this order of size can be a significant effort. So having that alignment already secured is a significant plus for the project. We think that we can do this project in 10 years. And so once the project receives the go and the coalition of agencies reach agreement on the project, having a 10-year outlook seems reasonable for this. One of the other interesting things on this project is this project doesn't have any land acquisition requirements. So again, that's a very favorable outcome. And because the pipeline work is predominantly there, you're just refurbishing an existing pipeline. It makes the CEQA and the environmental documents much more simple. So next steps, where do we go from here? We did the 16 and the 19 study. Both seemed positive and encouraging further study. The project team discussed creating a financial model is critical, because a project like this, the financial aspect of it is going to be a major driver of the project. The water districts are not in a position of substantial need of water at this time, which is very ironic because the state of California is such a difficult drought, but San Diego County is eluding that drought. And again, San Diego County and Southern California have put in substantial infrastructure investments over the last 20 years, which has helped make this drought not as impactful for our communities. So financial model, refining the project alternatives, I think is a very important step. One of which is because direct potable use regulations are now coming out, which could give us some clarity on how we can simplify this project and maybe reduce further costs on it. Once we get the refined project alternatives clarified, then you'd want to produce the preliminary design, which will look at multiple projects and produce the best alternative as the recommended. And you'd want to start CEQA, because the CEQA documentation and potentially NEPA documentation is critical for grant funding. And a lot of grant funding sources won't look at your application unless you have the CEQA, and again, for the federal side, the NEPA environmental documents produced. So these are the things that I think are important next steps and ones that, that should be considered. And I'll finish on this slide of this tremendous drought that is facing the state of California. We're seeing droughts occurring more frequently and more substantially. Again, many conclude this are results of climate change, and I think there's strong science that confirms that. It is reasonable to anticipate that more frequent droughts are in our horizon, and that the severity of those droughts could be greater, just as the wet season could be also more intense. So some of the benefits, some of the gifts of climate change. And so the last thing I'll finish on is the recycle water project you start today is for the drought 10 years from now, just because of the timing and the complexity of these projects. That completes my presentation. And again, we have Dr. Shane Trussell here to handle any tough technical questions, and then I can take the softballs.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I would like to say to anybody who's joining the Zoom session that this is the San Diego Water District Board meeting, and that we are running a little late, and the City Council meeting will start whenever Mayor Blakespear tells us we will be back on Zoom. So I see Board Member Lyons has her hand up.
Thank you, President Krantz, and thank you for requesting the San Elijo JPA come and present. I am happy to hear your informational item tonight, Michael. And I just did have one question, and perhaps you covered it, and if you did, I apologize. But you talked about the next step being to create the financial model or to fine tune what that financial model is. And I'm wondering if you have a time frame or a schedule on when you think that those questions will be answered. Probably not an easy task, but do you have some idea?
Good question. And I'm a little bit shooting from the hip because of course we don't have a scope of work created, which impacts the time it takes to do the work. But I do think that's something that could be produced and presented back to the boards in 2022. I think having again, finding some project clarity to refine some of these options to see if there are costs that we can contain, as well as are there things that direct potable use regulations might help this project would be beneficial. And I think having greater certainty on where we think the cost of this project will then give it potentially more enthusiasm by the local water districts to embrace it. Because if we can show that this is a cost competitive water supply, and we know the environmental benefits of such a project, I think that will get the enthusiasm to move the project further, faster.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Remember Mosca.
Thank you, Mike, for being here with us. You know, I've been excited about potable reuse for some time. Serving on your board, I remember when we talked about this on Encina Wastewater Board, being a leader on that organization and with the County Water Authority. Potable reuse is our future. Why are we basically flushing out good water out to the ocean? We could be using this water in a sustainable way, and in the future, we need to do that. And so I'm happy that San Alejo is looking at this. Not only from a drought perspective, but a lot of North County cities have been talking to County Water Authority, and our long-term plan actually says that we're going to basically look at potable reuse, and that's going to be the additional supplies that are going to kind of fill that gap in the future between, say, for instance, with San Diego Water District, where 50% of our water is coming from Lake Hodges, where's the other 50% going to come from? Is it going to come from the Colorado? We know what's going on there. And so local sources of water like this are so critically important. We have the desalination in our backyard, but, at 2,000 or more per acre foot, it's just, it's a lot of money for us. And so, looking at local source of water like this is so important. And so I would say too that Encinitas has an interest in making sure that Encina is also kind of in this deal, and that we're all working together in terms of economies of scale and savings, and that our wastewater that goes to Encina is also part of this. Encina board of directors and our strategic planning have given our leadership there, senior management there, direction to continue with a One Water North County kind of plan. And so my hope is that we're all working together. We're all kind of paddling in the same direction, which is potable reuse, either direct or indirect. I like the idea of indirect. If the studies show that it's more feasible than direct, then I'm all for it. And so I again, just hope that we're all working together, and that we can kind of move in this direction as quickly as possible, and that we can be kept up to date, and that the political folks like us are able to kind of marshal the resources to get this moving forward as quickly as possible, because the state regulations frankly need a little kick to continue moving in the direction that we want them to move in. So thank you, Mike.
You're welcome.
Board Member Hinsey.
Thank you. Just a question that kind of touches on what Councilmember Mosca talked about. I know this council serves on different water boards in the region, but I'm curious to know, in your opinion, Mike, who would be the lead agency on this, and what do we need to do as the decision makers to keep pushing towards this outcome in this direction?
Oh, that was a very good question. So at this time, it's about creating some alliances and some common interest in the project. We could have one district lead it. It could be a group a group of agencies leading it, but it will be in the end a coalition. To board member Mosco's point, we are in conversations with Encina. Our goal is to create a project that is one that could be complementary with what else is going on in North County, or one that could be independent, that it's not held hostage, but it's also one that could be easily complementary if that's the will of the region. In terms of making a decision of the next steps, if the group is smaller and it's San Alejo and it's San Diego, that moves faster. As we add more layers on, that can potentially add some complexity in terms of the speed at which that coalition moves forward at. But that's something that Assam and I can gauge the interest of others to find where's the interest group at today, so that we can make progress now versus waiting for maybe 10 agencies to decide that they want to move forward on this. So that's kind of the balancing. How many do you add in, and how long do you wait for them to decide if they want to come aboard?
Well, and the other point that I think is important to keep in mind is that these studies were essentially driven by the fact that we had an asset, a very valuable asset, that 30-inch pipe that runs from San Alejo JPA campus out to the San Diego Reservoir out there. And so, from what I've seen in terms of conversations regarding One Water, a lot of the talk included the construction of an additional pipe that would be significant, a huge chunk of money and add time to the project. So, for I think that in the interests of the ratepayers of San Diego Water District, and providing them with a stable supply of water, the sooner we kind of move in this direction where we're making use of that asset, the better. So ideally, you know, we survey the agency landscape, and then we you know, come up with a strategy where we have parallel tracks so that we're using the pipeline that exists as quickly as possible. So, you know, Mike, if you could move slides back to get to the point where it's on the next steps slide. No. And, you know, the question I have is, you know, we budgeted years ago, $80,000, I believe, for these steps to be undertaken. And that study was never done. And so what I'm wondering, Issam and Mike, is whether those resources are adequate, or if it's too early to tell. You know, what would it take to develop a scope of services?
Sure. Issam, I'll let you take that one.
Okay. Well, we have, first of all, like Mike mentioned, we have to develop this financial model so that we can get other agencies to be interested in the project. And without doing that, I mean, it is really, we don't really have any way to sell the project as we think it needs to be at. So developing the financial model, and that cost, I don't really know how much that would be. It all depends on, Mike, do you have any idea what the cost of something like this would be for the small projects that we currently have?
You know, I think if there is a combination of contributions between San Alejo and San Diego at $75,000 by each, I think $150,000 could develop the financial model and help dig into some of these project alternatives. And I'd be very happy to engage Encina to see if that's something that they would want to participate in too. I do think there's a lot of advantages, again, to make sure we're seeing the regional picture very well, and we're not missing an opportunity to team with another agency to leverage resources, while we're being mindful that we're not dragging out the timeline of the project so that we're just not making forward progress.
I agree with. I agree with Mike. I mean, I think we need to connect the dots here. I mean, I think that folks are moving with urgency. We know that, you know, Senator Bob Hertzberg's going to come back with his bill in terms of diversion of outfall. There's a lot of pressures on us, and I think that everybody's aware of that and is moving forward. So I don't think anybody. I mean, we had strategic planning with Encina, and we allocated money to move forward with these studies. And so my concern would be that we're being redundant here, and I want to make sure that we're all connecting the dots in One North County and working together, because I just think it makes a whole lot of sense. I think if we got to a point where it's clear that people are dragging their feet, which I don't see it, then I think that we would very much want to go on our own, and we have the capacity to do that. But right now it makes sense to kind of connect the dots and really see this as one, at least have conversations.
Well, but there seem to be feet dragging because this kind of got buried, and it's been a couple of years now since we last talked about it. So I'm very interested in resuscitating it. And the other concern that I have is you know, when we work together with them, I think the key issue is that we own this asset that could be put into use, I think, much quicker than any new construction might be. So, you know, I'm okay with parallel tracks and continuing to work with Encina, but I think that if we get back to the focus of how do we use that asset we have, I think that the ratepayers of the San Diego Water District would benefit significantly.
Just one, I mean, the characterization of resuscitating, just because some folks don't hear what's going on, the fact is that we have been working hard on this for a while. Encina and San Alejo,
who are you talking about?
The entire region, San Alejo and Encina have been hard at work on this. We've been allocating money. This is in the long-term range, long-term planning of the County Water Authority, that we're going to have this water. So I'm just saying that nobody is dragging their feet. Nothing has to be resuscitated. We just have to continue to push as hard as possible to make sure it's happening. the regulations are also not in place at this point in time. And so we're also looking at making sure that we're evolving those regulations.
Yeah, those regulations will catch up, and we've had this money budgeted for a couple of years. If we're not going to use it, we should put it back into the general and remove it from the budget. And so you can call it whatever you want. I just want to take a look at these, some of these items that are on these next steps. Board Member Lyons.
Thank you, President Krantz. Really quickly, I think a good tool might be if Esam's willing and you are also, President Krantz, to add this as an agenda item to just report on status in future San Diego board meetings, maybe not every month, but maybe once a quarter anyway, just so that we know we're aware, we stay on top of it, it stays really current, and we all get informed. It's just a good way to kind of help things drive forward.
Well, but I don't know how we get to having a financial model if we don't take that step. So am I missing something, Mike? Is there something happening at the Water Authority or at the Encina that they're developing a financial model? How do we get a financial model if we don't take that step ourselves?
Right, and I think there's a great conversation going on here. To me, I think the next steps are again at staff level, where we engage Encina, we engage the local water districts that we've worked with to talk about, let's prepare a scope of work for the next step. Let's make sure we look at a couple key items, which is an inclusive project for North County, but also another project where each entity can go their own way, so they're not connected in such a way that there'd be a drag in terms of scheduling. And then also this topic of financial model, and see if we can gauge interest in that scope of work and then bring that back to the board, I would think within 60 days, to see if we were successful, and then also to see, again, if we have the concurrence of the members to all cost share on that equally.
Yeah, so I think what I'd like to do is wrap this up by asking if I have board agreement, consensus to direct staff to develop to take these next steps to the point where they can bring it back in a staff report that is an action item and recommend next steps. And, Isam, maybe you work with board member Mosca. He's talking about things that have been happening that I'm certainly not aware of, haven't been on any San Diego Water District agenda. So maybe he's got more information that you could include in that staff report so that the board can have a clear picture about what it will take to move forward in these next steps, and whether it's lockstep with the One Water group or another group that we've put together, or that sort of thing. So does that make sense, what I just asked for?
Yeah, I mean, we can initiate discussions with other agencies that are involved, both on this project and the Encinitas project, to figure out what we will take. But obviously that is going to take some time before we actually can get all these different agencies' input. So if you give us some time, it gives us some kind of a plan in order for us to put something together, Mike and I, for another board meeting where we come back with some recommendation, or at least a staff report that gives you an update, like board member Lyons mentioned, of what the steps that we have taken and how successful we are. And if needed be, we come in with an action item for you.
That'd be great.
And it sounds good to me, and I'd be happy to work with the general manager. I just want to be clear that we've had 2 board members attending Encina Wastewater Authority forever since we've become members, and our general manager Isham and before have been attending. We have been allocating money for years now on studies, and we have a study that the board just approved looking at the options of either going down toward going south, connecting with San Alejo, or going across. I've been a big proponent of connecting with San Alejo, so I just want to make sure that we know that this study, it's not, things are happening. And so if we don't know what's going on, we should connect with all the folks, all the different water districts and wastewater districts, so that we're, understanding of what's going on, because we want to make sure that we're not redundant.
Yeah, and just to follow up on what said board member Mosca. They also have this pilot plan that Encinitas is getting on board beginning next month, I think, where they're going to do some testing in that regard. So
good, good.
Well, so what we probably want to do, since this is such an important topic, is to more formalize the, either by adding, as Council Board Member Lyons suggests, to having a regular agenda item that talks about what the other agencies are working on this issue. Because if we're just following along while others are doing taking steps that we're not aware of, it leaves us kind of in the dark. So when I get asked, hey, what's going on with that pipeline in the San Leo Lagoon? How come you're not, moving forward with potable reuse? And I have no answer for that ratepayer. It's not, ideal. So
President Krantz, if you would like, I can ask Encinitas to come in and give us another presentation similar to the one that we have done today with San Alejo, just to give you more insight of what they are planning on doing.
I think, frankly, I'd prefer to have it as part of a staff report, but that I think gives us something. It gives us a good record to work with. It gives us a lot more detail. It may be in the end is something that we get a presentation on as well, but I think having it in a staff report would be very useful. I've not heard of any Encina plans that included the San Leo pipeline. It was always about going north. So, it could be that I was just not, dialed into whoever was telling me that. But in the meantime, I think getting an agenda item put together for the board to consider these next steps and maybe action would be very helpful. So if there are no other questions from Mike or Shane or Issam, then I think we're done with this. Okay, very good. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Mike.
Presentation.
Thank you, Shane. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is board member reports pursuant to AB 1234. And hearing none, we will go on to the general manager's updates.
I just have two quick things, President Grant and members of the board. I just want to let you know that we have started a communication campaign on social media and for the district, and basically for two reasons. The first one is to assure our customers that although the majority of the state is in extreme drought conditions, our San Diego region is not, just because of the investments that we have done during the past between the Water Authority and the member agencies during the past 30 years. And also to thank our customers for doing their part by adopting a water conservation way of life and efficient use of water during the past years, and encourage them to continue to do so, and let them know that we are strong supporters of the governor's call for the public to save or to voluntarily cut back 15% of water use. The second item I just want to bring up quickly, the Santa Fe Irrigation District has completed the draft master plan, and as part of that, the findings came out to be that there is currently the joint facilities for the meets the regulatory requirements. There is no capacity-related improvements that are required, but there are several projects that are associated with aging infrastructure and reliability concerns. The draft master plan lists several capital improvement projects that are needed to ensure long-term reliability and services. The plan includes 15 joint facilities projects for a total cost of $55 million. Our share with that would be $22.5 million. In addition to that, they have completed their energy management study, and they are potentially talking about two projects that could cost up to $9 million, and the district would be $4 million. These cost estimates are at a high level. There are still going to be additional studies that will be conducted and condition assessments in order for us to define the scope of work for all these projects. And this is obviously spread over the 10-year period from 2022 to 2032, because that's what usually master plans are. And we have evaluated our budget and the way we have been putting funds into our budget for the joint facilities. Santa Fe Irrigation District worked with us in order to spread the project so that that will not have any major impacts on our customers or our budget for the Santa Fe Irrigation District. With that, I conclude my presentation.
Okay, and with that, we're adjourned to the next meeting of the San Diego Water District, which will be held on September 22nd of 2021. And with that, I will hand it off to Mayor Blakespear.
Okay, thank you. Well, we will take a 5-minute break here. So let's come back at 6:25 for our city council meeting. So we will see you then. 5 minutes.
Chief Stein, you might want to turn off your microphone.
It looks like we're all here and it is 6:25. So we're going to get started.
Yeah, I'm going to start. Give me just a couple seconds.
Okay, just tell me when you're ready, Kathy. Thank you.
Sure will. Okay, we can start when ready.
Okay, thank you. So this is the regular city council meeting on Wednesday, August 18, 2021. And we are a little bit after 6, so it's 6:26 p.m. right now. We had our water district meeting before this, so we apologize to anybody tuning in. May we please have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor, we'll start the roll call. Councilmember Hensy.
Here.
Councilmember Lyons.
Here.
Councilmember Mosca.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Kranz.
Here.
And Mayor Blakespear.
Here.
Record will show that all members of the City Council are present.
Okay, thank you. So I invite you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now we will be on to, we have no special presentations or proclamations today, so we are on to oral communications.
Great, Mayor, we do have approximately 10. A reminder to the speakers that when I call your name, please unmute your microphone and you will have 3 minutes. Also, if I call your name during oral communications and you are actually registered, you actually wish to speak on an agenda item, just please let me know when I call your name. Our first speaker is Christine Schindler.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, Kathy, can I ask, are my slides going to
Yes,
be?
Karen, IT put them up just right now.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. So good evening, Mayor, council members. Christine Schindler, I live in East Encinitas. I just wanted to do kind of a little report from the field and let you know about some things that have been happening that are of a positive nature. So just a kind of summary slide here, but I do want to acknowledge that we are still in the midst of the pandemic, therefore meeting virtually, and I know you guys have had to pivot even more, and we'll continue to, and I just want to acknowledge all of the council and staff for managing this trying time and continuing to do that. If you could advance the slide. So safe routes to school. I've talked to you about this before. I'm so happy to say that recently we've had some wonderful activities that have happened with our middle schools. If you can advance the slide, please. I'm not seeing it advance. Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. So we've had a wonderful partner at Duguayno, Miriam, name used to be Tallgrain, now it's Kramer. She really wanted to have something happen before the school year. The Bike Coalition isn't able to do in person yet, so I stepped up with some friends to do a training for middle schoolers, 7th and 8th graders. We had a fantastic turnout. We had, I think, a very helpful event. And there's more of this to come at the end of the month. And I just got law enforcement on board. So we're going to have a couple of moto cops to help us. So it had a talk portion, and then we went out on the blacktop and had drills that we did. So that was fantastic and good. And according to Miriam, she's already seeing, just with a couple of days here, a little bit of a difference in behaviors. So we're moving in the right direction. A lot of people, as you know, have concern about e-bike use and motorists and pedestrians, and it's blown up on Nextdoor, and we're trying to do our best. If you would, next slide. And then our other middle school, Oakcrest, they reached out and invited me to come to parental orientation. So if you can go to the next slide, you'll see some of those photos. So one of my Encinitas bike walk mates, Judy, was there to help me. And the new assistant principal, Chuck, was very generous to give me some of his time so that I could spend about 5 minutes to talk about e-bike safety, wearing helmets, being bright, being courteous, being predictable, those kind of things, to get out in front of the parents and have conversations. So that was fantastic. And we had a lot of good exchanges and good information shared. So just wanted to let you know about that. The next slide is...
Christine, that is your 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. Good enough. Thank you so much for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Becky Rapp. Becky, you can start when ready.
Good evening. My name is Becky Rapp. I'm a parent and a youth group mentor, and I've been paying close attention to the Measure H ordinance, and a close reading, I noticed the implementation finds that there aren't any separation requirements between marijuana businesses and churches. So it's very possible that a marijuana outlet could locate next door to a church. Churches across the county have been tirelessly fighting to protect their congregations from the normalcy and commercialization of marijuana, and protect their families who utilize the church sites for childcare from being next door to a marijuana outlet or other businesses, including the dangerous manufacturing sites that use volatile and toxic chemicals. Churches are also a place that often distribute food, clothing, and housing to families and their children. It seems that in the spirit of sensitive uses mentioned in Measure H, that churches could be included. Although I know that Measure H's wording can't be changed, it seems completely within the purview of Encinitas to have a list of sensitive uses that it would want to be protected. Our coalition of churches wonders if Encinitas Municipal Code could be augmented to protect the religious community as the sensitive use it most certainly is. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Terry Ann Skelly. Let's see if she's there. I do not see her on the line.
I can try unmuting the phone numbers that called in.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure who those are. Terry Ann Skelly, are you present? Okay, we'll move to our next speaker, Mark Wilcox. Mark, you can start when ready.
There, is that good? Good evening, Mayor. Yeah, good evening, Mayor Blakespear and City Council members. The news from Canada should give the City Council pause and serious concern as it deals with marijuana businesses applying to operate in Encinitas. Canada has a huge surplus of marijuana, and its firms are currently warehousing 1.1 billion grams of harvested cannabis that can't be sold because the market is saturated. We know that the California market is saturated as well, and some 5 to 10 times the amount of marijuana grown in California ships somewhere else in the United States and outside the United States. The factors blamed for the collapsing marijuana market and imprudent investments are: 1, permitting of growers and manufacturers beyond the number necessary; 2, long-standing pre-existing networks for moving drugs that continued operating outside the permitting system; 3, the rush into the marijuana marketplace with false hopes of making a killing, another Ponzi scheme of pot; 4, personal at-home marijuana cultivation whose harvests enter the marketplace. In California, all persons can grow up to 6 pounds in a continuous manner. 5, and most interesting, excuse me, Health Canada highlighted recent police raids and arrests and production sites where people were using their registered legal permits to cover and support large-scale illegal production and sale. Another example that California knows well: legal permitted pot sold out the front door and black market pot peddled out the back door. My recommendation is a strong law enforcement presence should be part of the vetting and implementation process in Encinitas for marijuana business applicants. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peggy Walker. Peggy, you can start when ready.
Hi, good evening. Oops, sorry about that. I came to the council to call attention to an interesting yet disturbing mailer delivered to Encinitas mailboxes recently. It advertises on-demand marijuana delivery services of over 400 products within an hour. The ad is designed around the face of a young model who looks like a teen. First of all, this makes me wonder, are these mailers legal? The state outlaws marketing that in any way is designed to appeal to youth under 21, and this one does. Second, the ad said delivery would come from a business in the city of Commerce. So I had to ask, do we, and if so, why allow businesses outside of Encinitas to deliver here? I didn't find reference to this in the municipal code, but I urge you, as you draft Metro Pages ordinance, to outlaw deliveries and advertising from out-of-town sellers. Poway, Escondido, San Marcos, and Carlsbad have done so. I want to share also that this issue is more troublesome considering that big corporate pot businesses are beginning now to create special regional delivery hubs. One under the name Caliva was just launched in Chula Vista. It provides on-demand, direct-to-consumer delivery orders anywhere, thereby circumventing local retail outlets. Caliva allows you to pre-order on a daily or weekly basis, offers a loyalty rewards program, and digital contactless payment to attract customers. This would make it easy to circumvent city regulation, tax revenues, and daily limits unless it's addressed or banned in the municipal code. Plus, nothing could make it more easy for the underage to access marijuana. So I just want to ask, please consider measures to ban all out-of-town delivery businesses and their advertising. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tyler James. Tyler, you can start when ready.
Good evening. My name is Tyler James. The City Council has taken a stand for public health by banning the sale of flavored tobacco products. I urge you to enact a similar ban on the sale of flavored marijuana. It is widely recognized that flavors attract kids into using highly addictive e-cigarettes. Proof is in the large number of teens who vape flavored e-liquids with names like strawberry shortcake, blue raz cotton candy, and gummy bear. It's no coincidence the marijuana industry is using the same strategy. Tobacco giant Altria is a major player with a multi-billion-dollar investments in all levels of marijuana industry, from farms to the final product. Altria is the maker of Marlboro cigarettes, among others, and owns Juul, the company largely credited with launching the teen vaping epidemic. Tobacco companies have decades of experience in creating addictive products and youth-oriented marketing campaigns. That same strategy is evident in the marijuana marketplace. The class action lawsuits in the 1980s confirmed that tobacco companies intentionally studied the habits and preferences of teens and designed products to be addictive. It's important to add marijuana e-liquids commonly contain 80 to 90% pure THC, which is also addictive and can lead to serious mental health disorders, especially when used by people under the age of 25. Flavored marijuana should not be held or should be held to the same standard as flavored tobacco. Under the language of Measure H, the council is allowed to enact such a ban. Thank you.
Excuse me. Our next speaker is Karina Gonzalez. Karina, are you speaking under oral communications or just on item 10A?
Hi, I'm just speaking on item 10A.
Okay, thank you. I'll call you during that item. And the same question for Dr. Angie Neeson. Angie, are you just speaking on item 10A? Dr. Angie Neeson, if you're there, are you speaking under oral communications? as well as item 10A or just item 10A?
Hi.
Hi, are you speaking on item, just on item 10A or also under oral communication?
Just 10A.
Okay, I'll call you during that time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Donna Westbrook. And Kieran, can you unmute the two phone lines? We'll see. Donna, are you present? Donna Westbrook? Okay, Donna is not present. And then our final speaker is Aaron.
Someone unmuted from the phone line.
Donna?
I'm not getting any audio.
Donna, are you there? Give him a minute. Can you unmute?
I see one that's unmuted, but there's just no
There's no sound.
audio coming
Okay.
from it. Yeah.
I guess we'll move to our next speaker, Aaron McNally.
Good evening, and thank you for hearing me, City Council. My biggest concerns regarding block freight are food access, transportation, and transparency. More than 42 million people in the United States experience food insecurity. According to an article by KPBS, Coastal Roots, a local farm who offers pay what you can pricing, said that during COVID, 1/3 of their produce was donated before the pandemic, and that grew to 2/3. In my local Buy Nothing group, competition for CSA box produce food is fierce. We would like to think that our neighbors aren't struggling, but many of them are. Income, transportation, and other physical or structural barriers impede people from their right to nutrient-dense food. An article from Streets blog speculates that people's access to food may be car-dependent because of developmental patterns that spread grocery stores too far apart. Transportation systems that don't provide good access via transit, biking, or walking, and the nature of carrying groceries, especially if you have lots of shopping to do in one trip. It's probably a combination of all three, they conclude. Unquestionably, my biggest gripe with block freight is that it is replacing a grocery store without a new one being put in downtown Encinitas. I am concerned about how flock freight impacts the walkability of grocery stores. Walkability has been a focus of this council and was one of the reasons I voted for Mayor Blakespear and Councilmember Hinsey. Some of our neighboring cities, San Diego, Chula Vista, and Carlsbad, are tied for the 7th most polluted cities in the United States because of ozone emissions. Trucks, cars, and factories are responsible. Ozone is most dangerous and worst for people with asthma, kids, and the elderly, and worst on hot days, which without change, we're likely to have more of. Although we don't have many factories in Encinitas, I imagine most of us who have the privilege to drive. In the county, especially in North County, our lacking public transit infrastructure is continually problematic. A 20-minute round trip drive within Encinitas frequently took 3 hours of my day on public transit because of the infrequency and lack of coverage by the bus. People need to be able to get to and from work without relying on cars and meet their basic necessities like getting groceries, medical care, and recreation without cars. I know Mayor Blakespear knows this because of the recent publicity with Sandag, yay, and an Instagram post almost a year ago in which she wrote that she championed people to, quote, get out of their cars and walk or bike, end quote. Having a grocery store walkable or rollable is imperative if we truly want to reduce car use. While block freight may cut trucking emissions for products like disposable razors and rosewater elixirs, it does so at the expense of residents trying to get their basic necessities met without depending on a car. I truly hope that Mayor Blakespear and City Council have seen the forest through the trees, and the climate benefit of a successful flock freight will outweigh the human cost. The timing of flock freight being announced right before City Council took summer recess concerns me. I would also like to mention that since writing the change.org petition, my accounts have been relentlessly attacked by malicious entities and some compromised, a problem I've been privileged to not experience until last month. Is this a democracy that we progressives are fighting for? Harassing citizens who don't agree with us? Without expectation or an agenda to change a decision that has already been made, my hope is that the residents of Encinitas be included in the future design of the city instead of decisions being made like the biggest yet moving to Encinitas and us finding out later. I hope that we can enact zoning laws that protect our neighborhood amenities like grocery stores. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
And then let's just try the one phone number that was unmuting. Donna Westbrook. Donna, is that Donna Westbrook?
Yeah, this is Scott Malloy. I'm actually waiting for item 10A. So
okay, that's not you. How about the other caller?
I'm waiting for 10A.
10A, okay. Donna Westbrook is not on the line. So that does conclude oral communications.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I just had two quick things I wanted to mention. So the first one is about flock freight. So the city council did not and has not made a decision about flock freight because that's a private lease negotiation that doesn't have anything to do with the city. So the existing zoning on that parcel remains the same, which is it has to be visitor serving commercial on the street side, the 101 side, but then the back side can be offices according to the existing zoning in the old Whole Foods building. So this is not a decision the city council has made or will make, that's what's existing. And then the other thing is I wanted to say thank you to Christine for all the work on the e-bikes topic. I know that my daughter has a friend who started 8th grade at Oakcrest, and there was so much traffic congestion that she came home from school and her dad said, you're gonna have to get yourself an e-bike because I'm not going through all that traffic congestion to get you to school every day. So I know that the e-bike discussions and how to ride safely need to continue, and I'm grateful for the commitment there. So with that, I think we did not have closed session, and so we will move on to our consent calendar.
Yes, there are no changes to the posted agenda. And regarding the consent calendar, there was just one item, which was going to be Donna Westbrook, but she doesn't appear to be on the line.
Okay, I would entertain a motion on consent calendar.
So moved, Mosca.
I'll second Lines.
Okay, Councilmember Hinsey?
Yes.
Councilmember Lines?
Yes.
Councilmember Mosca?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kranz?
Yes.
And Mayor Blakespear?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Now we are on to 10A. And how many public comments do we have on this?
On 10A, we have 20.
Okay. Well, should we have our staff report first?
Yeah, since it's a public hearing, we'll do the staff report. And then after the staff report, preliminary questions from the city council. And then you can open the public hearing for public comment.
Okay.
Great. So let's do that.
All right, let me get it set up. Okay, can you all see the title slide? Take that as a yes. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we
Okay.
can.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry.
Hear and see you.
All right, great. This is item 10A. My name is Crystal Nahara. I'm the sustainability manager for the city. Item 10A is on the proposed green building ordinance. It's ordinance number 2021-13. And the recommended actions tonight are to open the public hearing and then to introduce the ordinance. So I wanted to start off with a little bit of background. This item is coming to you as due to the fact that the city has an adopted climate action plan. It was adopted in January 2018 and then further updated in November 2020. And this pie chart here shows our emissions baseline. This is the proportion of greenhouse gas emissions that comes from our community. The baseline year was 2012. And for this ordinance, we're focusing on our buildings in Encinitas. And our building emissions largely come from electricity and natural gas. So that's the blue piece of the pie and the teal piece of the pie there. So that's what we'll be focusing on tonight. And the measures that relate to our buildings in Encinitas are here. These are the 5 climate action plan measures that have been folded into the ordinance. I'll start with BE1. BE stands for building efficiency. So BE1, it relates to residential energy efficiency, and it would affect retrofit or remodeled or altered buildings that are existing but are getting revised and coming to the city for a request for a building permit. BE2 relates to residential decarbonization or and this would affect just new buildings. BE3 is
relates to commercial energy efficiency. And again, that's just retrofit buildings. And then BE4 is commercial decarbonization. And that's for just new buildings. And then lastly, RE3, RE stands for renewable energy. And that relates to commercial solar photovoltaic systems. And then this portion of the ordinance would affect new and retrofit buildings, or the measure was identified to focus on new and retrofit buildings. So moving on, this is the ordinance development process that staff went through. We started off with an understanding that what we have as a baseline here in Encinitas, like all other cities, is we follow the California Energy Efficiency Standards and Green Building Codes called Title 24. And that's what we have currently adopted in our Encinitas Municipal Code and what we review building permit requests by. And so what the 5 Climate Action Plan measures have directed is that we adjust these codes and establish REACH codes that go a little bit further than what's currently stated required by the state and to further reduce greenhouse gas emissions in our community. So what we've proposed tonight is this local REACH code in the ordinance, and one of the state requirements to adopt a REACH code is that it must be cost effective for the applicant to implement the requirements. So throughout this process, we've ensured that the requirements that are within the ordinance are cost effective. We've identified the studies that were able to demonstrate that. There were 3 studies that were done on a statewide level that had components relevant to our climate zone here in Encinitas. And then 1 study was done by the city of Carlsbad that we were able to leverage. And then the next big part of the process was to conduct public workshops. We conducted 2 public workshops in the spring. And then we also formed a stakeholder committee that was composed of 13 members of the public. Those were from various, they were members that had various interests, including some business owners, some developers, some environmental advocates, some that were just residents, and some that participated just more kind of generally ad hoc. And then we also had 2 environmental commissioners that participated in that committee. And that committee took a deeper dive on the support of drafting the ordinance. They were expected to attend and participate in 2 in-depth meetings and also review material in advance and provide comments on some of the proposed requirements that we were looking at. And then finally, once we had the ordinance drafted, we took it to, we held a 20-day public comment period and took some final comments from the public that were evaluated and considered for incorporation into the draft. And then at the very end, we took that final draft to Environmental Commission for review. And ultimately, the Environmental Commission did recommend that council adopts the ordinance. They did request 1 minor change, which staff did change in the final version that you're seeing here tonight. That minor change that was requested was related to the exception 5 to the all electric construction of new buildings component. And with that, move on to the next slide. One thing I wanted to mention that came out of this public input that we received was the city does have a green building incentive program. The current program offers rebates for project applicants that get a LEED certification for their building or a Build It Green certification. That's a $2,000 rebate that the applicant would get if they go to actually complete the certification. But we learned through the process that that program seems to be underutilized, and we might be able to revise the program and focus on more of an item-based rebate. This was something that we heard from the public, and that if we go with this item-based option, we might actually see greater reductions in emissions and greater adoption of electric appliances. So this is something staff will continue to evaluate and then bring back to council with a proposal for revisions as we evaluate it further. And so next I want to move on and transfer to my partner at the Energy Policy Initiative Center, Scott Anders. He's the director there, and he's going to go over the green building ordinance in more detail, each of the different components.
Great, thanks, Crystal, and good evening, Mayor Blakespear and council members. As Crystal mentioned, I'm Scott Anders, director of the Energy Policy Initiative Center based at the University of San Diego. And I'm going to walk through the components of the green building ordinance that Crystal mentioned. Next slide. So I'll be quick here because Crystal did cover this, but we kind of wanted to provide some background information on California building energy standards, which are contained in California's Title 24 and specifically Part 6. These standards are updated every 3 years, and the current standards, the 2019 standards, went into effect January 1st, 2020. And over time, including the most recently adopted standards, which I'll speak about at the end of my short presentation, there's been a general trend toward electrification and decarbonization. Crystal mentioned that California law provides for the ability of local governments to adopt local energy ordinances, sometimes called REACH codes. And to be approved by the Energy Commission, these have to be at least as strict as the statewide code and demonstrate that they're cost effective. And as demonstrated by the little graphic on the right, you can think about this as the local energy code or the REACH code kind of sits on top of the state standard. So the state standards still apply. These just give you an extra layer or an extra requirement on top. Next slide. So I'm going to walk through the 4 elements of this ordinance that's before you this evening. The first one is the residential retrofit energy efficiency requirement. And the slides are organized to show you what building types are affected, what triggers the requirement, and what the compliance options are. And so for this first one, the building types affected are existing residential buildings, both single family and low-rise multifamily, which is defined as 3 stories or less. And the requirements of this portion of the ordinance apply to additions and alterations with a permit value of $50,000 or greater. And the compliance and the requirements and the compliance options are determined by the building type and the building vintage. And so as an example here, multifamily buildings built before 1978 would have to comply with an attic insulation requirement. And then in this case, this group of buildings in this vintage would have to choose between duct ceiling or a cool roof. And finally, in this category of building types and vintages, there is a choice between a lighting package or a water heating package. So the second component is the non-residential energy efficiency requirement. And this applies to existing non-residential, high-rise residential, and hotel motel buildings. And projects that are additions greater than 1,000 square feet or that have an alteration permit value greater than $200,000 or greater trigger the requirement. In this case, the building would have to comply with at least one of the 2019 Cal Green Tier 1 prerequisites. They're listed here. And then if a building has steel framing, the building is encouraged to maximize the efficiency. And there are examples in the ordinance of how to do this. The third component is the non-residential solar photovoltaic requirement. Non-residential high-rise non-residential high-rise residential hotel motel buildings, basically non-residential buildings, both new and existing, would be subject to these requirements. And depending on what building type, you have a different trigger. So in the case of new buildings, all new buildings would be required to comply with these requirements. And on the existing building side, additions that increase the total roof area by at least 1,000 square feet, or alterations with a permit value of at least $1 million in value and affect at least 75% of floor area would trigger this requirement. And compliance is, in other words, the amount of photovoltaics that would be required can be determined 2 different ways with 2 different compliance options. As Crystal mentioned, there was a robust stakeholder feedback process during this, the development of this ordinance. And so there were exceptions developed along the way, in part due to some of the feedback we received. And so for this particular component, the city of Encinitas could waive or reduce requirements if there are practical challenges that make installing photovoltaics not feasible. An example of this would be shading or limited roof space. Also, if an existing project already had on-site renewable energy, those requirements could be waived. Projects can comply. There are kind of alternative compliance exceptions here. So if a project purchases the highest renewable electricity content available from their electricity provider, that would count towards compliance. And there's a voluntary option to install a ground-mounted system. Also, one of the triggers was evaluation of an alteration permit. And in that case, the value of aesthetic exterior alterations is excluded from that valuation. And then finally, we've received feedback during the process about greenhouses. We understand the impact of that industry in your city. And so greenhouse structures used for commercial, educational, or conservation purposes are exempt. Okay, the final component is the new residential and non-residential electrification requirement. So in this case, all new construction would be subject to this requirement, including non-residential and residential, all building types. So compliance would be to build an all-electric building, and that is defined in the ordinance as a building with no natural gas or propane plumbing, no gas meter connection, and electricity is used for space and water heating, cooking, and clothes drying. Now, there are exceptions to this as well. So if your project is an ADU, an essential facility, or would require significant utility upgrades, you would not have to comply with the all-electric building requirement, but you would still have to comply with the building energy code, and the project would have to be electric ready. And that electric ready means that the wiring and equipment is installed to make natural gas appliances electric in the future. And then finally, there is a limited appliance exception. So there are certain appliances, including in the residential sector, natural gas cooking, in the commercial cooking industry, certain gas stoves, and those projects would have to also comply with the building code and install electric ready. In this case, it's kind of a mixed fuel approach. So there are some appliances using natural gas and some appliances using all electric. Now, we wanted to talk a little bit more about these exceptions. And so I want to just talk briefly about the kind of the primary justification and then the greenhouse gas implications of these exceptions. And so I mentioned the first exception is for residential cooking appliances, pool and spa water heaters, and outdoor fireplaces. We did receive feedback during the stakeholder process about consumer preferences in this area. And these appliances consume a relatively small percentage of the overall gas consumption. And one of the pieces of feedback we got from the Environmental Commission was trying to have a better understanding of the greenhouse gas implications of these exceptions. In other words, what are the foregone greenhouse gas reductions that we would otherwise see if these exceptions weren't in place? And so in the case of this first exception, it's about 45 metric tons in the year 2030. And then on the second exception, these are essential facilities, think hospitals or other kinds of emergency facilities. And there are instances where gas may be required to keep these systems operating. Again, we think this is a limited application, and we did not have enough information on this one to estimate the greenhouse gases. On the accessory dwelling units, the primary justification for why this exception is included is to facilitate construction of ADUs for housing needs, and the greenhouse gas implications or the foregone greenhouse gas reductions is about 650 metric tons. For the restaurant cooking equipment, there is an exception for gas in certain business-related instances where flame cooking is required. But in those cases, emissions must be mitigated with more efficiency elsewhere in the project. So in essence, those emissions are being kind of made up. And this is a limited exception. And the greenhouse gas implications for that are about 20 metric tons. On the high-rise residential central water heater exception that Crystal mentioned earlier as well. We heard stakeholder feedback from developers of high-rise residential projects that some of the alternatives to centralized water heaters are in fact impractical. Again, this is relatively limited application. And when we went to estimate the foregone GHG emissions, we realized that there may be no projects that actually fit into this. So we estimated that the impacts would be 0. And then the final exception for local utility infrastructure design requirements, in the case which again, we believe would be relatively limited, where a building project would require significant upgrades to the utility infrastructure to handle the increased electric load. We believe that there's a need for that exception as well. Again, no ability to estimate the greenhouse gases on that exception. Okay, finally, we wanted to provide you just with one slide with some information about the most recent California Energy Code that was just recently adopted. So the California Energy Commission adopted the code on August 11th. It goes into effect January 1st, 2023. And just a couple of highlights of the new code is that solar photovoltaics and battery storage will be required for new residential and high-rise residential construction. Electric heat pump water heaters are the standard now for new single-family residential construction projects, and mixed fuel construction must be electric ready. The one takeaway for this is that the proposed green building ordinance that you're hearing tonight meets or exceeds the requirements of even this new 2022 energy code. That concludes my presentation. I just want to acknowledge that our staff, Joe Cates, contributed to this. He's not here today, and Mark Steele is on the line to help answer questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Scott. And that concludes the presentation. I'll just leave the subject and recommended actions up here, and back to you, Mayor Blakespear.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, let me just ask my colleagues if they have questions. Let's not go into comments until after we open the public hearing, hear the public comments. But if you have questions on this presentation, we'll take those now, and then we'll go to the public. So Councilmember Mosca.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will reserve my comments to after the public comment. I'll also be brief with my questions, knowing that we probably have an hour of public comment. But I did want to say thank you, Crystal, and thank you, Scott, and others that put this, put all the paperwork together in the ordinance. I'm very excited to be talking about this, and to, every time we basically have our climate, one more item of our climate action plan that we can work on, I'm very excited. Just a few questions, because the exceptions are of some concern to me. So I'm glad that Scott ended on the 2022 change in the CEC, California Energy Commission's report on this topic. Did they talk about cost effectiveness at all within their new information that they're releasing?
Yeah, the California Energy Commission always does a cost effectiveness analysis on all of its code changes. That's part of their code update process, that triennial code update process. So there's always a cost effectiveness analysis done on all code changes at the state level.
So when we talk about the fact that our cost effectiveness studies for justifying what we're doing here tonight is based on other statewide reports, and also piggybacking off what Carlsbad has done. Is there information that we can analysis that we can piggyback off of the state's analysis that actually expands what we can do here in terms of some of these exceptions?
It's possible. We have not reviewed in detail the cost effectiveness studies related to the statewide changes. But as pointed out in the presentation, the current green building ordinance actually meets or exceeds the requirements in 2022 already.
All right. Why didn't we do our own study, cost effectiveness study? Why didn't we look at this ourselves?
We relied mostly on existing cost effectiveness studies.
But we could do analysis ourselves. If say for instance, I could sit here and hypothesize why ADUs, it's completely cost effective to go electrification with ADUs, and it makes no sense to run a gas line. Would we do cost effectiveness study to show and prove that out?
You must demonstrate that the local requirement is cost effective. Mark, I don't know if you have any insight on the ADU question.
Sure. So the reason why we relied on the statewide cost effectiveness study is just because that's really what's been supporting a lot of similar ordinances that have been going through to the California Energy Commission that are similar to what the city of Encinitas is adopting. And so there was kind of an effort to align Encinitas efforts with what those jurisdictions were doing. It is possible to conduct a separate cost effectiveness study for the city of Encinitas, and that would be similar to what the city of Carlsbad had done for one of their energy ordinances, because they were doing something that was not being adopted across the state. They were looking at electrifying just water heaters within their residential buildings. And so that kind of requirement itself was not analyzed within the statewide study.
Okay. I suppose with respect to exception 3 ADUs, that if we looked at the data that we have, that we may find that many folks don't opt to actually run a gas line from maybe the somewhere buried in the foundation of their house or in the front to all the way to the back to an ADU, that most of them, because of the cost, probably just go with electric and do not run a gas line. Would you say that that's a fair assessment?
I don't know that I can comment on the frequency of what happens at the ADU project. I don't think we can comment on that.
All right. Do we have any data, Crystal, in terms of how many ADUs actually would actually run a gas line from their primary structure to the ADU? It seems costly.
I would have to look into that exact data, but what I can add is that, and Mark, if you could verify this, the ADUs to build them all electric is cost effective. The reason why we included that exception was because of the housing need justification. So if there were an interest in including or removing that from the ordinance, we would be able to demonstrate through the existing cost effectiveness analysis that constructing an ADU all electric would be cost effective. And Mark, can you verify that?
That's correct. So there is a statewide cost effectiveness study currently out that supports electrification of detached accessory dwelling units. And I think it's important to distinguish between attached and detached, in that attached accessory dwelling units are considered additions when they're being built on a new property under the state code. And so those would be kind of treated separately than a detached ADU. But the cost effectiveness study does support a cost-effective option or path forward for electrification of detached ADUs.
That's a fair comment, because we're talking about new construction. Just real fast, on exception 2, we talk about essential facilities, and I looked up the definition of essential facilities under the California code, and it sounded almost like public buildings, like, we're building a fire department, we're building a library, and gosh, I wouldn't want to send a statement out there that we're asking other folks to do things that we're not willing ourselves to do. Our consultant did raise the point that it could be a hospital. And so I wonder if we could define that better, because I don't want any public facilities that we would, construct. I'm not aware of one that we're going to construct, or refurbish. But I wouldn't want people to think that these are our public facilities, that we're not willing to do exactly what we're asking other people to do. And so maybe that exception 2 needs to be just kind of narrowly defined, and especially since our consultant said it's of limited application. If it's of limited application, why put it there? I mean, that's my perspective. Why put it there? The same thing with exception 6. I mean, we talk about, the cost, significant cost in front of the meter. You know, I mean, so who, it just seems like it's such a large catch-all. Like, so who determines that it's a significant cost? There's going to be a cost in terms of in front of the meter. But the fact is the technology is there and the innovation's there, and the overall price and value of the unit is going to be where that's made up in front of in terms of the extra cost potentially in front of the meter. And so I think the same thing with exception 6, though we're told that it's a limited application, it just seems kind of open, very open. And I would prefer either you eliminate the exception altogether or you narrowly define it, just like exception 2. I was going to suggest that we eliminate it, but I did hear something about hospitals and other facilities. So if there are facilities like that, I would want to maybe narrow that a bit more. So those are really my questions for now. Thank you.
Okay, well, that seemed like a lot of comments too. So I think we should try to get to the public, but I do know that there are 2 other colleagues who want to speak right now. So Councilmember Krantz.
Thank you. Can you go back to that slide where you have the exceptions on a table and you talk about that one right there? Can you explain to me, I didn't quite understand the issue of dual fuel requirements. So where is that? It was in this one of these slides here where you had to have it wired for electric, but you could have gas.
I think you might have been referring to this slide where we mention it in this blue portion, the light blue portion. And that is standard across all of these exceptions, is that if one of these exceptions is utilized, the building would still need to be built electric ready. Meaning, for example, if you elected to take advantage of the cooking exception, you'd still have to have an electrical outlet at where your stove would be, so that in the future, if a future owner wanted to install an induction cooktop, then they could easily do so.
So do you have it defined to actually pulling the wires, or is it a conduit? Do we get that level of detail?
I believe so, and perhaps Scott or Bart could clarify, but I think it does get down to the very specific level of defining the electrical components that will be required to make it be considered electric ready. And it's all the way down to, it's everything, including the panel, the wires, and the outlet. So it's simply just plugging something in.
Great. I think Councilmember Mosca's on to something in that particular category, because the foregone GHGs are, to me, significant enough that we would want to look at this and see how we could incentivize people who are building ADUs to just, use the single fuel instead of dual fuels. But I know that there are some electrical implications. If a house has only service of 100 amps or whatever, and they're tapped out, they already have their house wired and use all that, presents some challenges. So I get that, I'm interested in knowing how we can make that exception a little smarter and require people to actually prove that either they don't have the juice and they'd have to pull new wires from the service and higher SDG&E, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, that was the one thing that I was looking for a little clarification on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hinsey.
Thanks. So I have 2 questions, hopefully quick ones. And one question is pertaining to the applicability of these standards and how far back they will apply. So if we have projects that are in the queue right now and they're either in the phase of submitting their application or they have an application that's deemed complete, I see that there's a separate application for these standards. Are they going to have to revise their project, go back and make these changes?
So these requirements would be applicable at the building phase. So if they haven't submitted their request for a building permit yet, then that project would be subject to these requirements. So that's the trigger. So they could be in their planning phase and be coordinating their planning level permits but it's at the building phase that these get triggered. So I've actually been participating in the staff advisory committee meetings that we hold for the public on project proponents that come in and ask questions to staff, and sharing with them that these requirements may be on the horizon, and to be aware of that and be ready if their building permits for their project aren't submitted for a few months from now.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question is about the exception for restaurants. So am I getting this right, that we would have a commercial application and they would be required to build all electrical? But then if they have a tenant who wants a pizza oven or wants to have a wok or have something with open flame cooking, then they have to apply for a separate exception. So their building's all electric, but then they might have this opportunity to install and hook up to natural gas. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, let's go to the public comments and then we'll come back to council deliberation. So I'll open the public hearing.
Right, okay, just a reminder to all of our speakers, when I call your name, please unmute your microphone and you will have 3 minutes. Our first speaker is Harold Standiford. Harold, you can start when ready.
Thank you. Mayor Blakespear, Deputy Mayor Kranz, and council members. I'm Harold Standiford, and I will speak to you tonight as a representative of the My Generation group of the San Diego Sierra Club. I am also a resident of Encinitas. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council on this item, the Green Building Ordinance. There is much to like in this proposed change to the Encinitas Building Code. For that, I thank you and the staff who have worked tirelessly on this item. As you all know, we are in a climate emergency, a crisis that is brought home to us in an up-close and personal way daily. Yes, addiction to the extraction, transportation, refinement, and combustion of fossil fuels if we planet are to survive. And we must take immediate action. Each day is valuable. The proposal that you are considering tonight is a strong statement and a bold step in the right direction. The climate emergency demands that bold actions be taken to stop the worst effects of the climate crisis from causing more damage to the people and places we love. By moving to all electric new construction, the city will begin to address a major source of pollution, the methane gas. The proposed ordinance does require use of electricity in single-family homes and multifamily projects. However, it does permit, as you've just heard, exceptions in certain cases, including ADUs, gas stovetops, pool and spa heating, outdoor fireplaces and barbecues, etc. In these circumstances, it'll be necessary to plumb gas to the project, leading not only to the burning of fossil fuel, but leakage of methane gas and introduction of pollutants into the home. We urge the council to limit exceptions to further reduce introduction of gas burning appliances and release of more greenhouse gases. The My Generation group applauds the council for considering this ordinance and call for its approval with the changes suggested to further strengthen it. The council should amend the staff recommendation and limit the number of exemptions that fossil fuel corporations can have to manipulate and continue to build new methane gas infrastructure in our homes and neighborhoods. Let's build new neighborhoods that are clean, safe, and free of pollutants. Let's make our new homes gas-free and cleaner. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ann Feeney. Ann, you can start when ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Ann Feeney, and I'm a volunteer with the San Diego Building Electrification Coalition and also San Diego 350. I want to applaud the Encinitas City Council for being a leader in bringing forth this comprehensive green building ordinance. Eliminating the use of methane gas for space and water heating in all new buildings is highly commendable and will significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions from new construction. However, I hope the council will eliminate the exceptions which allow the use of methane gas, such as for cooking, for ADUs, for multifamily high-rise apartments, And I sent in a letter to the council that you should have in your packets. A week ago, the UN released a report from the IPCC, the International Panel of Climate Change, which the Secretary General of the UN called a code red for humanity. This report stated in no uncertain terms that we all must stop using fossil fuels as soon as possible. We're doomed to the earth continuing to warm for the next 30 years with ever more frequent wildfires, droughts, heat waves, sea level rise, and we'll reach the magic 1.5 degrees centigrade around 2050 at a minimum. But if we don't act right now, we'll go far beyond that critical tipping point and much earlier than 2050. Code red for humanity. So back to Encinitas. I hope the residents of Encinitas realize that this proposed ordinance will not take away anybody's beloved gas stove. This ordinance is for new construction only. It's cheaper to build all electric homes. So both residents who are building new homes and developers who are building ADUs, low income housing and multifamily residences should appreciate this savings. It's cheaper to operate on an all electric home due to the high efficiency of these electric alternatives. So renters and homeowners alike will save on their monthly bills. Finally, if any home cooks try induction cooktops as I have, they will love them even more than gas stoves. Many high-end homes are installing induction cooktops. Due to their safety and performance, induction cooktops are recognized by chefs and home designers as trend-setting technology. Most importantly, induction cooktops do not produce any indoor air pollution, which the gas stoves do. Thus, I urge the council members to think carefully about the proposed exceptions. We're in a real climate emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelly Linden. Kelly, you can start when ready. And Kieran, if you can have those pages ready.
Yes. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So yes, my name is Kelly Linden, and I do commend the city of Encinitas, both the elected officials, the staff, and the consultants for their leadership on this ordinance, particularly with regards to the building electrification for new construction. As you know, over the next few decades, everyone will be transitioning off of fossil fuels, both for the health of individuals as well as for the earth. For buildings, that means moving the electric grid to use clean, renewable resources, as Encinitas is already doing, and transitioning off of natural gas. You know, natural gas is really just a clever marketing term. It's methane. This is a very dangerous and unhealthy greenhouse gas. So this ordinance lays the groundwork for this transition. You're really thinking about the future generations by starting right now with new buildings and from day one, avoiding natural gas in the first place. This is going to save money up front by avoiding having to provide two different fuels, and it'll avoid the costs later to switch over to all electric. But I am concerned, as others are, about the exceptions that are allowed in this ordinance, and that these are just delaying the inevitable. And specifically, I'd like you to take a look at exceptions 1, 3, and 5 for residential. All of these, as was mentioned already, have been demonstrated to be cost effective in their all electric solutions. So with regards to the table that's on the screen, this is from the packet that was put out for today regarding the exceptions. And this drills into, this particular picture drills into exception number 1. And it estimates how many units over the next 10 years will take advantage of this exception. And in particular, if you see the column that says number of units with exception, you can see how many of these will occur. And so one comment is there's not very many pools and spas that we're talking about. There's demonstrated cost-effective solutions. Are we really going to put this exception in so that one person can have a pool heater? It's something to think about. The other thing worth noticing is that it's really primarily multifamily units that we're talking about for the cooking appliance exception. And, you know, is this really where we want to have all of this indoor gas pollution from stoves in these smaller multifamily units? I'm not sure that really makes sense. If you could move it forward to table 3, which I think is on the next page. This, keep going. Keep going. We want exception 3. There we go, table 3. So this is related to exception 3. This is the estimate of the number of ADUs, and indeed it distinguishes between attached and detached and how many units would be built. What's really interesting is this is a very large portion of the new construction that will be happening. And so it really is important to be thoughtful about how many of these to accept, especially if they're going to be all electric anyway. sort of puzzling to me that there's a rationale that this will facilitate construction of ADUs. They're going to have to be all electric anyway. So I'm kind of confused why this would need to be an exception. The last one that I want to comment on is an exception 5. If you could scroll down to that, it's just text. There is no table.
Kelly, your 3 minutes are up.
Okay, I'll just finish my sentence, which is it estimates that there's 0 multifamily units that will be built for exception 5. So I'm unclear why we would include it when there's 0 units expected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Our next speaker is Scott Shell. Scott, you can start when ready.
Good evening. I'm Scott Shell, a principal with EHCD Architects. We're an 80-person firm and we practice all over the state. I just want to thank you all and staff for all your work on this. It's great to see this proposal and the leadership, and I suspect you will end up being a model for surrounding cities. So I think it's worth getting this right, and you're well on your way to that. Our firm has had a really positive experience with electrification. We've done a lot. We did our first one over 20 years ago, and we found it to be a very reliable and robust and cost-effective solution. A lot of our clients are now actually asking for this, even though they may not know what to call it. They're asking for buildings that are low carbon, and they're asking for buildings that are healthy and don't have the indoor air pollutants. And so we naturally steer them in this direction. Our biggest client is University of California. I've just finished a project at UC San Diego, and they've had a policy for 2 years to do all electric buildings. They do have an exception policy. And I called up the staff that are managing that a couple months ago, and they said nobody has asked for an exception in the last 2 years. And University of California is a big organization. You know, they've got 10 campuses, they've got major medical centers, they've got housing, they've got offices, they've got classrooms, they've got everything, right? And their design teams all over the state, all different architects and engineers just are not seeing the need to ask for exceptions for their projects. I think sometimes the exceptions, you know, you think you're doing people a favor, but as an architect, I think about the timeline. So you're passing this ordinance and it's going to go into effect and be in effect for several years, but that's the date of the permit. And then it might take, you know, a couple of years to build that project. And so then it's the late 2020s and you've got a building, brand new building with gas in it. And then that client or that condo board or that owner is going to have to retrofit that building in the not too distant future to meet California's climate goals. So I think that the key is just to build it right to start with and not saddle anybody with these outdated fossil fuel buildings. So thank you a lot. I really appreciate your efforts. And again, I encourage you to support this and to try and tighten up the exceptions if you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rich Williams. Let's see if he's on here. I do not see Rich registered, so we'll go to Max Lebovitz. Max.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Max Lebovitz, and I live in Leucadia. First, I want to thank everyone involved in developing and pushing this ordinance. I also want to recognize Kelly Linden and Robert Carr. They gave an extremely informative presentation on building electrification at our July meeting for San Diego 350, a local climate action organization that I volunteer for. They have been doing an amazing job educating the community on the implications of the Green Building Ordinance. My wife and I are expecting our first child in late October, and will then be looking to buy a place locally, ideally a property with an ADU or room to build one. ADUs are in high demand with my generation and are becoming a requirement for millennials who want to own real estate in this area. Home prices are now so high that many of us need to subsidize our mortgages by renting out. That said, we hope that you will consider removing exception 3 from the ordinance, as we don't feel ADUs should be excluded and that they should be built all electric. A huge consideration for us in our home search is finding an eco-friendly property. Gas-powered appliances, including stoves, heat and AC units, and water heaters are expensive, bad for the environment, and bad for our health. I certainly don't want our newborn baby breathing in harmful gases. Green household appliance technology has improved drastically. In fact, induction cooktops heat way more efficiently than gas stovetops. Needless to say, we also encourage the removal of exception 1 and encourage the inclusion of stoves in the electrification mandate. We already own an electric vehicle and plan to one day live on solar powered energy in a completely sustainable property. We're proud to live in a progressive city that values the environment, and we're in support of the ordinance and the construction of all electric buildings, which will stop the continued expansion of fossil fuel infrastructure in Encinitas. That's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marie Chen. Marie, let's see, she was on here. I don't see her present, so we will move to Christine Schindler.
Hello, this is Christine Schindler. I'm East Encinitas resident. I just wanted to say right on, this is awesome to hear this ordinance coming forward. I appreciate Kristen Ajira and other staff work on this. And it's always, always good to see EPIC involved. So wonderful to see that Scott Anders and his team are still pushing our San Diego region forward when it comes to climate action and energy efficiency and more. So I just want to applaud you. It's never perfect the first time. You're out in front. We all need to get used to these kinds of changes needing to happen so that we truly can take some action and move away from fossil fuels. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matthew Vasilakis.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This is Matthew Vasilakis from Climate Action Campaign, dialing in to support tonight's green building ordinance and asking the Council to remove unnecessary fossil fuel exemptions that are in the current proposal. As you are all aware, methane gas is not only a highly potent greenhouse gas, but is also a dangerous indoor air pollutant harming public health. Mixed energy use approaches will also create more stranded fossil fuel assets, which will create a burden for future generations of ratepayers and taxpayers when the inevitable methane gas rollback occurs. Additionally, expanding fossil fuel infrastructure amidst the climate emergency, as the various exemptions would allow, sends the wrong message to the public that we can have our cake and eat it too. We can expand and burn fossil fuels and be sustainable. We believe that is untrue, and we urge the Council to strike the exemptions 1, 3, and 5 for various appliances, ADUs, and quote, high-rise construction, all things that can be efficiently and cost-effectively built all electric. Encinitas has another unique opportunity to lead its peers in San Diego and Southern California on all electric reach codes and building electrification. We have faith Encinitas will once again be a leader and set the tone for the region and stop the expansion of dangerous fossil fuel infrastructure. We thank city staff, Crystal as always, EPIC for their hard work on this important initiative, and the city leadership for moving this critical work forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bruce Becker.
Good evening, Mayor Blakespear and council members. It's a pleasure to talk to you. My name is Bruce Becker. I'm a longtime North County resident and also an OBGYN. In my years working on labor and delivery, a typical patient that we would see at 6 or 7 months would come in with abdominal pains, and we'd find her to be in premature labor. If she came in early enough, typically we were able to treat these contractions and send this patient home, hoping to get her to term with her pregnancy. New research just in the last couple of years strongly suggests that if returning to home means an exposure to an elevated level of air pollution, this patient is much more likely to return in labor and actually deliver a preemie. And you probably know that they carry an increased risk of dying in the first year of life, of having significant childhood illnesses, and even illnesses into adulthood. It's really a lousy way to start life. There's an additional study that came out of UCLA last year that really underlines the health risks of indoor air pollution, especially from gas stoves and heaters. And we do now have viable alternatives. I think the previously mentioned stakeholder preference is really just a lack of education. Like Ann Feeney, I've been cooking with induction for the last year and a half. I call it my Tesla in the kitchen. It's way better than gas. So I'm here tonight as a physician and a North County resident to congratulate you on taking on this ordinance, but to ask you to really look to modify or eliminate some of these exemptions. Leadership literally means getting out ahead, and you all have an opportunity to demonstrate for the region that you're serious about protecting moms and babies, kids with asthma, adults with cardiorespiratory disease, and really addressing the climate crisis with the urgency that we need. Now, the science really tells us we don't have time anymore for half measures. So I'm really asking that you take a strong position with this ordinance and not just create something that's maybe politically palatable for everybody. This is very important, and we're counting on you and really hoping that you will set the standard for the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karina Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mayor Blakespear and council members. My name is Karina Gonzalez and I am with Hammond Climate Solutions. I want to start off by thanking staff for the proposed ordinance. However, it does not go far enough to protect us from methane gas. Natural gas is nothing more than greenwashing marketing tactic fossil fuel corporations are using in order to continue to expand their infrastructure and profits. I urge the council to amend staff recommendations to remove the fossil fuel exemptions. Tonight, you have a chance to be a leader as cities across the region begin to electrify buildings and stop the expansion of dirty and harmful fossil fuels. As we very clearly saw in the IPCC report released last week, there is no time for modest actions to stop the worst effects of climate change. We need to act now and we need to act boldly. I look forward to seeing the city become the first in the region to adopt an all-electric ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lena Cortez.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Leanna Cortez, and I'm a youth board member at Clean for Kids, as well as a concerned youth and student at UCSD. At Clean for Kids, we hope that the Encinitas City Council will follow the lead of 47 other cities across California that have adopted stringent all-electric ordinances and limit the number of exemptions to keep our families and climate safe. While the city's proposed ordinances is commendable and should be approved, it does not go far enough to keep methane gas from reaching our children's lungs and the atmosphere. And the Encinitas City Council must amend the staff recommendation to limit the number of exceptions that fossil fuel corporations can manipulate to continue building new methane gas infrastructure in our neighborhoods. For example, exemption 1 that talks about the all residential buildings containing non-electric cooking appliances and so forth. As I've mentioned in the past, when I've spoken before, gas stoves increase the incidence of respiratory diseases, asthma, cardiovascular diseases, and so much more. And modern electric induction stoves work great in the home and in apartment kitchens and are safer and cooler. My father is personally an executive chef at restaurants and can also commend that electric induction stoves work just as well as gas. And pool spas and outdoor fireplaces, they all have electric solutions. And these luxury items should not be the reason to expand dangerous fossil fuel infrastructures. We also talk about exception 3, as Councilmember Joe Mosca agreed with. ADUs going electric is completely doable. In fact, adding gas is actually a cost, not a savings. And as well as ADUs have smaller internal space, which increases the health risk of gas cooktops. And they're also highly desirable for young people if desirability is something that is going to be included. And another argument against exception 5, as we do not want any exceptions on this ordinance. Multi-family high-rises are actually great candidates for electrification. The technology to electrify these type of buildings is mature, it's readily available, and cost-effective. So we hope that you will go forward with the ordinance with no exceptions. It's a bold ask, but it's an ask that is for the future of not only many kids and mothers and families, but also for youth that may be purchasing these homes later on in our life. And we want to protect, environmental rights and environmental justice, and increasing methane within these homes, such a potent indoor pollutant, is just not acceptable. So we do hope that you go forward with this ordinance with no exceptions. And I thank you for your time and for all the speakers tonight. You guys are doing an amazing job. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dadla Panazil. Dadla, you can start when ready.
Hi, this is Dadla. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Thanks, Kathy. I want to thank the council for moving our city toward clean energy. This is fabulous. And I want to specifically thank Crystal Nahara for putting together a climate action implementation plan, for gathering community support and input from the stakeholder committee, which I got to be on. I want to remind everyone that community choice energy is coming. Our commercial and municipal energy users today are receiving clean energy through San Diego's community power plan, and Encinitas is part of that. Residential customers like me will be getting that, and all of you will be getting that starting early next year. So it's important to switch as much of our energy load to electric power as possible, and this ordinance does that. Please consider carefully any exemptions, especially the ADU natural gas carve out, which makes 0 sense to me, and I don't remember that coming up in the committee. That makes no sense. Now, how to implement what we already have? We have a solid building ordinance set now, and with these new ones, we'll have the most clean energy advanced programs in the nation. What we lack, I think, is their implementation. So what I would like to ask, and we've talked to the Environmental Commission about this, a subcommittee with council membership to look at existing ordinances and the level of compliance. Let's try to make our ordinances reality. One little note, HVAC changeouts, only about 10% are pulled for permits. There's a lot of non-permitted changeouts, water heaters, and we need to figure out why and make those permits a quality assurance piece of paper rather than a burden. So I would like to look at that as a project through a subcommittee. And also finally, homeowner education. So the homeowners pull this rather than being forced into it. And Palo Alto has a wonderful program called the Green Genie program, where a home comfort expert is available to help someone who is considering re-roofing, a change out, water heater, small to large, an addition, adding to their home. There's great opportunities to improve the envelope and reduce the load so we don't need as much electricity in the first place. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tara Hammond.
Good evening, Mayor Blakespear and council members. My name is Tara Hammond, founder of Hammond Climate Solutions. I'm asking you tonight to please make Encinitas the countywide leader by taking steps to achieve zero carbon by adopting robust all-electric building ordinances that stop the expansion of fossil fuel infrastructure. For over a decade, I have watched SDG&E and Sempra continue to erode climate action in our county, and building electrification is a topic they're spending a lot of time lobbying against. Sempra, which created a lobbying arm to oppose community choice energy just a handful of years ago, also has ties to a front group pushing natural gas. You may have seen the August 12th LA Times Boiling Point story titled, "This San Diego Energy Company is Doubling Down on Fossil Fuels." That is, of course, about Sempra. Its investors see the writing on the wall. Don't be fooled by their greenwashing campaigns. Adding any natural gas in 2021 and beyond is frankly incredibly dangerous and irresponsible. This is why I'm spending my time and money turning my home all electric. I respectfully ask that the Encinitas City Council amends the staff recommendation to remove fossil fuel exemptions, prioritizing a just and livable future over fossil fuel profits. Thank you so much for your time and leadership. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Angie Neeson.
Hi, thank you again for taking the time to go over this important topic. My name is Dr. Angie Neeson. I'm a family and culinary medicine physician. Many of my patients and families I treat live in San Diego, especially Encinitas. I spoke up the last time when the city unanimously recognized the need to address climate action emergently. And while this was commendable, extremely commendable, really should not have exceptions. And let me tell you 3 reasons why. So number 1, so by allowing these exceptions to dangerous and unhealthy fossil fuel infrastructure, you're not only keeping the message of more confusion, but the public message and opportunity you have to make this a climate emergency gets confused and it becomes a very gray area. So if you're in a climate emergency, and we saw the IPCC report say we're in code red, when you see a fire up ahead, do you tell the public, well, actually, it's not that big of a problem. We really don't mean it. What we said about climate emergency doesn't really matter. What you do is you just cause lots of confusion. And this is something I continually deal with in my primary care office. This problem with confusion and misinformation is something that we currently in healthcare are currently battling with COVID-19. But I'll leave that for another talk. Bottom line is, following the science is telling us pretty clear we are in a state of emergency. So let's just treat it as such. Number two, like I said, I'm a culinary medicine physician. So not only do I teach about how to eat, what dietary patterns, but also how to cook. And we know that the nutritional science is increasingly clear that the way food is cooked, particularly meat on high heat grills, is not good for your health. Not only just the respiratory aspect of it, but it also produces advanced end glycation end products that increase the carcinogenic properties of the food and the inflammatory properties in the body. So by removing these exceptions, you're also impacting human health. And this is an opportunity to be able to teach the public about how to cook. So use this as an opportunity. And then lastly, your lead on this is so commendable. This will go down as one of the most impactful policies you've made on the following generations. Your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren will talk about this. But we know what happens when politics doesn't follow the science. People die. Let your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren be reminded that you were on the right side of science for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Donna Westbrook. I do not see Donna on the line, so we'll move to Carl Aldinger.
Good evening. My name is Carl Aldinger, and I am the conservation organizer for Sierra Club San Diego. We support the REACH Code ordinance creating all-electric new construction and the other climate action plan measures, including solar for commercial buildings and building efficiency enhancements. The city and the entire planet is in a climate emergency, and through the hard work of Jim Wong, the Environmental Commission, the Sustainability Manager, Nahira, staff at EPIC, and now the council, we're on the brink of bringing great change to Encinitas. In all likelihood, through your example, the greater Southern California region will be influenced by tonight's actions. We're also future-proofing homes and businesses from the tougher and more expensive task of eventually decarbonizing a building that is run on gas combustion. Coupled with the default selection of Power 100 renewable energy from the San Diego Community Power and powered directly with rooftop solar PV during daylight hours, these new buildings will represent the future, but they're being built today. This would be even more true if the ordinance were not to have exceptions for accessory dwelling units, exceptions for gas cooktops in the kitchen, and exceptions for gas appliances outside the home, including fire pits, barbecues, spa, and pool heaters. ADUs are more straightforward to build without gas, and the cost efficacy data that you have all been provided proves, even here in Encinitas, in building climate zone 7 with our electricity rates, that the math is on the side of electric, not gas. You can be assured of this because the CEC requires that to be true, or this city ordinance will not be allowed to amend the state building code. Please consider striking those exceptions from the ordinance, and thank you very much for drafting and advancing this regionally important ordinance tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Abram.
Hi, my name is Tom Abram, and I'm a volunteer with the San Diego Building Electrification Coalition. First, I do want to thank the City of Encinitas, the staff, for taking the steps to have the first major electrification ordinance in the county. We'll be joining about, I think it's now 50 other jurisdictions in the state that have taken similar steps. Others have already covered concerns with the individual exceptions. I do echo those concerns. However, I do want to discuss the difference between partial electrification and full electrification. There are some, specific trigger points that we will not hit if we only look at partial electrification. The staff report notes that fugitive emissions from methane is not considered in the analysis. The foregone greenhouse gas reductions for individual measures only include combustion. I understand that might be a requirement from a regulatory standpoint or from a policy standpoint, but those emissions are real. The worst case estimates of methane leaks show that they are nearly equivalent to the combustion emissions over a 20-year period, which what we really have to be focusing on. Any extension of natural gas infrastructure will increase these fugitive emissions from methane. Fully electrified buildings will also be less expensive to build than most electrified buildings. Imagine a building that runs a gas line for a stove, just for a stove versus one that's fully electric. In order to achieve the state's carbon neutrality goal of 2045, which is now being looked at to bring closer and in line with what we need to do, we will need a massive decarbonization effort in existing buildings. We have a lot of work already to do. Any expansion of a natural gas infrastructure will require more effort to electrify in the future. I've been grateful to have the resources and the knowledge to be able to fully electrify my own home, reducing my emissions and reducing the negative health impacts on my children, but certainly easier to have done it right from the start. I urge you to reconsider these exceptions and become the gold standard for decarbonization in San Diego County. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott Malloy. Scott, you can start when ready.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Scott Malloy, and I work in the development industry. I've spent my entire career working in real estate development and construction. And I want to let you know, first off, right out the gate, I have a home that is wired to be all electric. The only gas appliance that I have in my home is my stove. And when I remodel my kitchen, I will install an induction cooktop and an electric oven. So fundamentally, I support this idea of moving towards all electric homes. But I think there needs to be some sort of reality check on some of this. First of all, my water heater is a tankless electric hot water heater. My energy bill went up about $20 a month. So that's the first impact that I noticed. And that will be the same impact for basically anyone that converts gas appliances to electric. Your energy bill will go up, notwithstanding installing solar on your roof. There is not enough roof area for most new construction, especially multifamily, to support all electric usage. They will not be able to offset 100% of their electric energy demand with solar. So now you're going to get power off of the grid based on the new, essentially doubling of the energy demand. 47% of the power in the state is generated by natural gas fired power plants. 47% of our power. Those plants are about 35% efficient on average. That means to basically double the electric energy demand of a new home, you're actually going to increase the natural gas consumption incrementally for that home by about 34%. So in today's situation, absent having 100% renewable grid, and at least getting to a point where you're about 35% natural gas power plants, you're going to see an increase in natural gas consumption. So has the city analyzed that impact as associated with these regulations? So the last point I'll make is that the California Energy Commission is currently in their current code cycle evaluating these regulations and will be incorporating new standards in the next code cycle. So the city is going to have to adopt, if they want to maintain their own standards that differ from the state, they're going to have to, in about a year and a half, adopt all new local amendments again. because you're going to be inconsistent with the state code. So my recommendation would be, and I'm not here saying I'm opposed to what you're trying to do, but what my recommendation would be to follow and participate in the CEC process to implement these types of regulations at the state level. And then when the state adopts its code, adopt your code with local amendments at that point in time, about 1.5 to 2 years from now.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathy Nicholson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So good evening, Mayor Blake Spear and City Council members. My name is Kathy Nicholson. I'm an energy engineer and energy consultant with over 30 years of experience in clean energy, energy efficiency, and electrification. I've lived, worked, and raised 2 kids in San Diego County over the past 20 years. For the past 8 years, most of my work as an energy consultant has been designing solar and more recently, battery energy storage systems for homes and business owners in California. I've also been volunteering and doing pro bono and advisory work for several clean energy and climate action groups in the county, including Grid Alternatives, the Electric Vehicle Association of San Diego, the San Diego Green Building Council, and Stay Cool for Grandkids. I would like to voice my support for the position of the San Diego Building Electrification Coalition regarding your proposed all-electric ordinance 2021-13. Their position is, as you know, that the all-electric ordinance should be approved, but exceptions that allow the continued expansion of fossil fuel infrastructure should be removed. The removal of those exceptions makes the most sense for economic, cost-saving, health, safety, air quality, and climate reasons. It's time to cut the apron strings for gas completely, not just partly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And then let's see, I'm just going to go through Rich Williams. Let's see, still not on the line. Marie Chen. I do not see Marie. Donna Westbrook, I do not see Donna. That does conclude speakers on this item.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you so much to the speakers who called in and to our professional staff, Crystal, and your team who worked on this. I really appreciate all the people who have participated in the stakeholder groups as well. I know, the process was robust and intensive and really important. And I just really want to recognize all that good work that went into it. Do you mind putting the exception slide back up on the screen?
I can do that in just a second.
Okay, and I'll just share that I'm just going to put out a suggestion for us to talk about moving forward. So, this is considered a reach code, and I would like to encourage us to reach a little farther than what is proposed and to consider eliminating some of these exceptions and then narrowing others of them because, they're at every level all the time, there are the reminders about the fact that we are in the climate emergency. So, when you look at a fire that's been burning for more than a month in this state, you look at sea level rise, and just a couple of days ago, I was at a press conference with Councilmember Kranz and Congressman Mike Levin, and also Gina McCarthy, who came all the way from DC. She's the White House National Climate Advisor. We were talking about moving the tracks because of in Del Mar, we're in Del Mar, because of the threat of sea level rise. And then of course, the UN and the Code Red for Humanity, it's just at every level all the time, I think we're talking about the climate crisis. And this is something that the city of Encinitas could do that would help us to address this climate emergency. So I'm really proud of the city for this is the first major electrification ordinance in the county. There are of course others in the state, but this is the most ambitious and the most comprehensive of any in the county. And I'm very proud of that. But I think, we could do more by going a little farther here. So what I'd like to propose is that we consider eliminating exceptions number 1, 3, and 5. So 1 are the cooking appliances, you know, and this goes to that question of stakeholder preference. And I think a lot of times, you know, there are always these competing values, and and residents' current preference, I think, given the cost realities being equivalent and the fact that the technology is there for us to start to do something to shift resident preference, I feel like we should do that with this exception number 1, especially because a lot of these things, this would be the only reason that new homes would end up with a whole gas piping infrastructure. So saying, you know, making it so that all of these buildings that would be built into the future would still have gas infrastructure seems like really a mistake. It seems to me like, I know there will be a little bit of a pain point at times, but I recognize too that, you know, we received public comment and an email from Scott Shell, who had written to us that he was representing 80 architects and staff and talking about how successful electrifying has been, and that they're ready for it in the building industry, in the architecture and building industry. And he brought up, as you may have mentioned, or you may remember, the UC system, the entire UC system. And one thing I just want to mention from his email that he had sent to us several days ago, which I took note of, was that our state of California tops the American Lung Association's list of the most polluted cities every year, and that our buildings are emitting more pollution than our power plants. And that's because power plants have pollution controls, whereas our buildings don't have that. And so these all electric buildings reduce indoor and outdoor air pollution. And this is especially important for affordable housing because it reduces construction costs and it provides for healthy indoor air for everyone. It doesn't disadvantage people who are more likely to live in high density housing, which is lower income people having, you know, more air pollution. I think there's some serious equity concerns there. And I'll note that on number 3, accessory dwelling units, you know, in order to build an accessory unit, a detached unit, you have to obviously put electricity in because people have to turn on the light. But, you know, to run a whole other gas infrastructure to a small little unit because of, you know, a personal preference for the stovetop or something, to me, that doesn't seem like the place where we should make that exception. And as was noted by public comments, and you can see here, a lot of our housing will be ADUs. We're building a lot of ADUs in this city, and I think we need to be on the side of making them as healthy as possible. And then the fifth exception 1, 3, and 5, you know, we don't allow high rises anyway in the city. So to have an exception just makes no sense to me. You know, you can't have over 7, this is for 7 stories or taller. And so, you know, I don't think that we're served by having this in any way. And I would suggest that to Councilmember Mosca's questioning and statements at the beginning, that tonight we move forward with the elimination of these 3, but we also ask staff to come back in the future with more narrow definitions for these other 3. So for numbers 2, 4, and 6, so that we can make sure that like he said, that we have skin in the game, that we are following the best practices for all government buildings, including county buildings and fire and any other thing that might be built in our city. So that, you know, that's the essential facilities one. And then number 6 does seem very broad, and I don't even fully understand what it's there for. But to me, it seems like we should really narrow these down so that those exceptions are less. But, you know, moving forward tonight with this ordinance minus those 3, with direction to make these other 3 more narrow, to me that seems like a good way forward. And I think I'll go ahead and make a motion about that. And of course, I'd be open to modifying the motion, but we also do have 2 other agenda items. So I want to make sure we're able to move through our agenda, which is one of the reasons I'm jumping in here to make a motion.
And Mayor, do you want to close the public hearing?
Yes, and I will close the public hearing. Thank you. Okay, well, I see, so I made a motion and there's no second. So that makes it.
I will second your motion. But there is one thing I'd like to add, but I can wait for the other comments.
Okay, no, it's you. So you can second and make your comments, and then I'll go to your colleagues.
Well, what I was going to say is that I'm a little concerned about projects that have approval that are now going to be on the verge of building, and that will have to seek this update, they've got all their plans finalized, and we might have some ADUs in the queue. And we just received an email during this public testimony from a home builder in the city that this exception will be harmful to this project. And so my preference is that we remove this exception, but that buildings that are deemed complete, or sorry, projects that are deemed complete with their applications can still go forward as planned.
Okay, let me ask staff to respond to that.
Sorry about that. I'm trying to find my unmute button. I'm probably not the best staff person to respond because I don't oversee the planning permit approval effort. My understanding is that there's two phases. There's the planning phase and then there's the building phase. And so this particular ordinance would only affect the building phase. So if they have not submitted for their permits for their building, then, and this goes into place, then it would be triggered. But if they've submitted for planning, then, and they have not submitted for building, then it would need to, they would need to comply to this. One thing to keep in mind is that within the building, you're pretty flexible as to what you can do. In the planning phases, when you physically locate your buildings on the plans and when you identify the land uses and what your building is going to look like from the outside. But the things that are in this ordinance, I would suggest that are pretty flexible, and removing something like a gas line would be, I think, easier than you might expect.
I would ask the city attorney to weigh in. Is there any impact of SB 330 on the application process?
Thank you. This is Leslie Devaney, city attorney, Deputy Mayor Krantz. I'm not sure about the SB 330 ramifications specifically as it relates to this question that you have. I would defer on to staff on that. But what I would say from a legal perspective relative to the question that was posed to Crystal, excuse me, just now, is that from a legal perspective, I would only be concerned that that vested rights should not be eroded. So I'm concerned only if you're going to be trying to have any sort of developers or development or builders somehow have to comply with this ordinance when they are vested, and the vested, I believe, would be more towards the building phase. But I would defer on the specifics of SB 330. I think that I don't see that there'd be a problem from what I recall.
Okay. Does what you just heard, Councilmember Hinsey, affect your feeling at all?
Not particularly, because I do think there's quite a lot of detail that's going into applying for a building permit, and that, there's so much that has to be done to even get to that phase of going forward for the building permit, that I'd be concerned significant revisions would have to be made. So I would like to keep it.
Okay, so I appreciate the comments and the second, and let me hear from our colleagues, and then we'll return to this specific question. So Councilmember Mosca.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to just take a moment to back up for a second, and just talk about the urgency of the moment and why we're acting and why we're doing what we're doing. I think that needs to just be highlighted once again. Obviously, it doesn't need to be said to this group. As they say, we're singing to the choir, but climate change is the challenge of our time. And, the speakers have kind of noted the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. They just came out with their 6th report. And it's jarring. And I encourage everybody to read the report that came out. I'm going to just read some excerpts from an article that basically talks about the report. Within the next 2 decades, temperatures are likely to rise by more than 1.5 centigrade above pre-industrial levels, breaching the ambitious ambition of the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement and bringing widespread devastation and extreme weather. Only rapid and drastic reductions in greenhouse gases in this decade can prevent such climate breakdown, with every fraction of a degree of further heating likely to compound the accelerating effects, according to the IPCC, the world's leading authority on climate science. The UN Secretary General, this report is a code red for humanity. The alarm bells are deafening, and the evidence is irrefutable. Greenhouse gas emissions from fossil fuel burning and deforestation are choking our planet and putting billions of people at immediate risk. One more quote that I just wanted to read that I thought, this is not the first, quote unquote, this is not the first generation of world leaders to be warned by scientists about the gravity of the climate crisis, but they're the last that can afford to ignore them. How potent to say that, right? We are the last. We are leaders. We're actually in office right now. We are community leaders. We are leaders at the time when we are being warned that there is no more time to not act. We need to act now. And, you know, over the last decade or so, when we look around the globe, who has been acting? It's cities. Cities around the world have been acting, and they've been inspiring more action. And I would say that California cities have been at the forefront of inspiring action around the globe, and specifically Encinitas. Encinitas acted, you know, when we said, oh, well, California is on the path of 100% renewable energy by 2045, we said that's not good enough. We want more renewable energy now. We want 100% by 2030. That's what we said in our climate action plan. And what did we do? We actually created a community choice energy program, the second largest in the state of California. It is thriving. It is moving the dial on renewable energy. It is creating development of renewable energy in a region that we've never seen before. So what I'm saying here is that our actions not only have consequences for the city of Encinitas, the region certainly, but our actions will inspire people to act around the globe, around the state of California, around the United States, and we can't wait to act. And so I think we should be as bold as possible. I want to thank first Crystal Najir, all the consultants that have worked on this. I want to thank the stakeholder group that came together. I want to thank all the members of the public that came together today to give us feedback. Your feedback is very important. A lot of you are so committed to this issue and really help educate me and help educate others. And thank you for your commitment and passion. And I want to just also thank the public for allowing us to focus on this and this being top of mind for you. It's already been talked about, you know, methane is lethal. The state of California started focusing on methane only several years ago. Carbon dioxide obviously is the most amount of greenhouse gases in the environment, in the atmosphere, but methane is second. And methane is 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide. 80 times more potent. And I'm not going to get into all the air pollutant effects, but also burning methane in your house is not wise, and it's also dangerous. And now when we have made our homes that much more efficient and tighter, burning fossil fuels in your house is not wise, and it's dangerous. So we should be moving away from that, aside from the fact that methane is 80 times more potent as a greenhouse gas at warming our planet than even carbon dioxide. So we should be doing everything that we can to eliminate this greenhouse gas. And I would say that you know, really, you know, the ordinance that we have before us is a very good ordinance. And I think that these exceptions, in some way, and I don't make this statement lightly, but in some ways it really does, in a way, you know, hollow out what we're trying to do. And so from my point of view, I think we should get rid of all the exceptions altogether. I certainly agree with the 1, 3, and 5, getting rid of those. But when you look at even 2, you know, limited application, you know, if you can define that, you know, sufficiently, maybe, but it's of limited application anyways. 4, limited application, but it's also wide open. Look at the language in that thing. 4, the request is based on a business related reason to cook with a flame. There's been alternatives in induction stovetops forever. These are cost effective. Michelin star restaurants, cooks are cooking on them. And I just think the exception is wide open, and it leaves it interpretation to many other people to say, oh yeah, this is necessary. I certainly agree with 5, but 6 again is wide open. Yeah, there may be a cost in front of the meter, but it's going to be made up on many other levels. So from my point of view, it should be all of them eliminated, and I think that's consistent with what we should be doing today. But if the majority, if we're going to move with some of these, with the motion that's on the table, 1, 3, and 5, I can support that. And if we also had the direction that staff is to come back on 2, 4, and 6 with specific instructions, because we don't want a situation where somebody's saying, oh no, it's it's too costly, so then we're going to basically skip this and we'll allow you to put in this infrastructure, which is just going to be stranded infrastructure in the future. And again, I believe that this is cost effective. We have been innovating. There are products out there. There are alternatives, and it's cost effective. Just because somebody doesn't want to switch over, just because the developer may not want to switch over, that doesn't mean that there aren't cost-effective alternatives out there that are not going to put our residents at harm because they're breathing in the burning of methane, or that we're basically allowing for the burning of methane in our city. So I would, if I were king for a day, I would eliminate all of these exceptions. But I can support the motion that's on the table if we basically give specific instructions that 2, 5, and 6 are to come back with very narrow application.
Okay, thank you. And before I move to the next council member, who will be Council Member Lyons, it sounds to me like what you're saying, given how bold your statements are, that you want 1, 3, and 5 to apply across the board. You're not interested in saying that there are exceptions and that kind of thing for those who might be in the pipeline.
I agree with Crystal's comment. I think that in the planning stage, I think that there's a need for early on vesting and for those applicants to understand what the zoning allows them to do. If they're already permitted to build, then I think that you can't apply something retroactively. But if they don't have their permits to build, I'm not sure what we're talking about. If they're not if they're not vested in the pipeline in terms of the actual approval of their building, then we're perfectly within our right to ask them to change it. And again, these are cost effective. And so this is not adding a cost. And I would say that most residents this is going to be appealing to most residents. It's not going to be something that's detrimental to a developer, to future residents. This is going to be something that's helpful, that is appealing, that is healthy, and that we're doing our part here in the city of Encinitas.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor Blakespear. I just want to kind of sharpen the point a little bit. Councilmember Mosca said a lot of things that I agree with. And let me just reiterate that also 1, 3, and 5 exceptions be eliminated. This is going to come back to us, I understand. This is an introduction today. And so by asking for more information on exceptions 2 and 6, means we get to review more information before we make a decision on those. Can I ask that as a question? I think I understand that's what our process is, since this is just an introduction today. Is that correct?
I don't think that's correct, but let's go to the city attorney with their hand up.
Thank you. Yes, Leslie Devaney, City Attorney here. I was going to also let you know, and thank you, Member Councilor Lyons, for that question. While the exact science of determining whether or not changes to an ordinance are substantive or not, It's not an exact science, but if they're substantive, then you need to reintroduce the ordinance. And it's my opinion that if you add or take off exemptions, that's substantive, and that you would need to come back and reintroduce it. So to Councilmember Lyons' point, we would be coming back, and if the motion goes as I expect it's going to go in one way or another around the mayor's motion, and the vote goes that way, we're going to have to come back and introduce it with those changes.
Thank you for that clarification. That's the direction I'm seeing it going, by the fact that the motion is to remove exemptions 1, 3, and 5. Which then I will interpret as when we get more information on exemptions 2 and 6, that we will evaluate those when the ordinance is reintroduced. And I think that's the right interpretation of that process. So if it's not, let me know. Let me just conclude by saying, I think from my 2 terms on the Environmental Commission, I've understood that our community is bold about where we want to go with the protection of our environment. And this is not an exception. I agree that a bold step is really important. And so that's why I'm in favor of the motion as it stands. I believe that one of the speakers, Dr. I think it's Nisan, was talking about a teaching moment. And I've often looked at the things we do with that in mind, that we're in a position where we have the interest and we have the will to make a very strong statement. But it not only just makes a statement, it's a teaching moment for everyone who comes in touch with our city, everyone who works in our geographic area, everyone we are exposed to and our city touches. And I think there's a lot of value there too. So I'm not shy about being a leader. There's a few of these exceptions I want a little bit more information on. In response to Councilmember Hinsey's question about when this will apply, it seems as though there should be, and there probably will be, a reasonable answer to that will not put a developer in the situation where they have to redesign based on permits they're already pursuing. I don't know that we know what the answer to that is right now, unless there's somebody on this call who can answer that. But I would hope that our practices as a city will not require people to rethink designs that are already in the permit process.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Krantz.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate all the effort that has gone into this. A lot of feedback from the community. I had meetings via Zoom with active members of our community and working real hard to come up with an ordinance that addresses the crises that we find ourselves in climate-wise. It does remind me that all my service on the City Council has included Yeoman's efforts at addressing climate change with a top-notch climate action plan, and Crystal has been there through most of it. So it is greatly appreciated, the efforts that have gone into this and all other efforts related to the climate action plan. So this is just another important step, and it is also something that, in looking at this, it strikes me as a issue that deals with paradigm shifting, which is some of the most difficult work to do. So I heard from a real estate agent that she has clients that if they go into an open house and the kitchen is all electric, they turn right around. They don't bother looking any further. So we are indeed scratching at an issue that is pretty critical for the market in terms of real estate. I've had extensive conversations with my wife, who really would find it difficult to give up gas to cook with. All my kids are the same way. So I have done my best to advocate this particular policy, and I think they see the urgency, but at the same time, it would require some changes that are not going to be easy. One question that I have is, would it be possible to remove the term exception and identify issues that it would be possible to apply for a variance on? Because that would establish an objective methodology for determining whether, for example, an ADU might not be constructed, because it then would require, it would be a tipping point for electricity that would require new service by SDG&E, and it becomes cost prohibitive. And so if a potential ADU builder was to be faced with that choice, they may not build the ADU because of that requirement, and that it might be useful to have a process for applying for a variance to this particular part of the code. So is that something, Roy, that would be workable, or is that not possible in these instances?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think it's a possibility, but my recommendation would be, if that's the route you're going to take, it's important that it's clear what are the findings to support a variance, if that's the path you go. It gives clear criteria on how to grant a variance.
Yeah, so you're saying that it could become difficult for city staff to make these determinations, or the process for what would qualify for a variance? Is that the challenge?
Yeah, that it's like, for instance, if for accessory unit, it would have to be clear, objective standards for staff to rely on in order to grant the variance.
Well, I agree that we could probably just eliminate 1 and 5. I just see, the purpose for the accessory dwelling unit exception to facilitate construction of ADUs for housing needs is pretty important. But I would like to make it a requirement that people prove that they can't wire their ADU without a significant investment. And I don't know what that number would be, but in the end, I would support the elimination of 1, 3, and 5, but I think that it's very likely in eliminating the exception altogether for ADUs, there will be some projects that don't get built. And I don't think that was the goal when we established our very convenient policies related to the construction of accessory dwelling units. So I think that it's important. This is very important. I think that the other thing that we need to keep in mind is that we're using the term, we're using a couple of terms somewhat interchangeably: electrification and decarbonization. And it's really important to acknowledge that we won't get to decarbonization until the electricity grid is powered with green energy, renewable resources. So we need to continue our efforts to make that happen here in Encinitas as well, which I know we're doing. And I just want to point out that it's a critical part of actually decarbonizing our electrical system here. So we need to keep up that work.
Okay, thank you. Crystal, can you just respond to the motion that's on the table in terms of the next steps for the 3 that we wanted to get more specificity and narrowing around, how you would go about doing that in a timeline?
Yeah, I would, of course, consult with our experts from EPIC. And I think that all of those 3 reevaluations would be doable. I think we could do it fairly quickly, potentially even by the anticipated next time that we were planning to come back to council, which was on September 22nd. I'll have to confirm that, but I think that that's doable. It's not much more analysis that would be done. It would, like you were explaining, it would be a tightening of, you know, what's feasible in terms of tightening and adding more specificity to those exceptions. I think it would be more of a, not so much an analysis, but maybe more of a crafting of the language that's along the lines of what you're proposing.
Okay, or like interpretive language or or policy. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, it sounds like to me that there's a variety of opinion, but it sounds to me like we're basically, I think, there on the motion, and so I guess my recommendation would be the motion stand, and that if the seconder is still willing to second it, that then we move forward with this tonight.
Mayor, I just have a clarification, I guess, maybe for the city attorney as well, because the motion was, were you introducing the ordinance, or we're going to have to reintroduce the ordinance?
No, it's to introduce it. I mean, it's staff recommendation. I mean, yeah, we're having a public hearing, it's noticed. So we are introducing it, and 30 days later, it becomes effective when we vote again on it, right?
I'm sorry. Yeah, this is Leslie. So because you're making changes tonight, it needs to come back as an introduction followed by an adoption. And then 30 days following the adoption, it becomes law. So the changes that you're making tonight, because they're substantive, you're actually taking out exceptions from what was noticed, that it needs to come back next time. And it'll be an opportunity to reintroduce it and also to further define 2, 4, and 6 as the motion stands right now, and then eliminate the 1, 3, 5 exceptions. So it's a longer process.
Right. So the only thing that's possible in terms of an ordinance adoption is just as is. We don't have we can't do anything. We couldn't just eliminate the exceptions totally and move forward tonight with the adoption, or eliminate 3 of the exceptions. That's not actually possible.
That's correct, because it would be substantive. If you had something administrative like further defining essential facilities, that would be kind of an administrative clarification that is not substantive, but actually taking out an exception or putting in more exceptions would be substantive. And so you have to reintroduce it.
Okay. Well, so I guess that's where we are.
Okay. So the motion will be to direct staff to bring back the ordinance for reintroduction with the elimination of exceptions 1, 3, and 5, and narrowing the definition and application of exceptions 2, 4, and 6.
Right.
Is that correct? Okay.
Is the seconder still seconding?
Yes.
Okay. I think Tony's hand is still up from previously. It just hasn't gone down. But if that's wrong, let me know. Okay. Okay. So let's go ahead and vote. Thank you.
Okay. We have Councilmember Hinsey.
Yes.
Councilmember Lyons.
Yes.
Councilmember Mosca.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Crayons.
Yes.
And Mayor Blakespear.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Well, thank you again to staff and public speakers. We will move on to the next item, which is the 10B. This is parking amendments. So I will hand this over to staff.
Evening, Mayor, council members, Marissa Ba, Director of Development Services. What's before you tonight? You see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. I want to make sure it's the right. All right. So what's before you tonight are 3 ordinances. We're introducing 3 ordinances tonight, proposing amendments to Title 30 of the Encinitas Municipal Code and the Local Coastal Plan.
Hey, Roy, could you go into full screen mode of the presentation?
And while that's happening, could I also just ask the city clerk, how many public comments do we have on this item?
We have 1.
Okay, thank you.
Is the full screen on? Just checking.
Yep.
Okay. Yes, it is, Roy.
It is now. Yes.
Thank you. So the proposed amendments before you tonight are to establish parking standards appropriate for different kind of kinds of housing development, including transit-oriented housing development, inclusionary affordable housing, and tandem parking. The proposed amendments are to further implement the city's adopted 6th housing element. In our housing element, we have program 3A, which requires the city to establish parking standards appropriate for different kinds of housing. On June 8th, 2021, the Planning Commission considered all 3 ordinances and voted to recommend approval to City Council, which is what's before you tonight. First is the inclusionary affordable housing standards. Currently, the city does not have any parking standards for inclusionary affordable housing. The proposed ordinance provides a blended parking ratio, which utilizes both existing standards from the R30 overlay zone and the density bonus state law. The following table shows the existing parking ratios for density bonus and R30 overlay zone and the blended parking rate, which was created by taking the lower parking rate of the two. Next, we have the transit-oriented development standards. Just like the inclusionary affordable housing, there are no standards for transit-oriented developments in our municipal code. The proposed ordinance is providing that introducing a new standard for transit-oriented development. And transit-oriented housing development is defined by state law to be within a half mile of an accessible major transit stop. The city has one major transit stop as defined by state law at the Encinitas station. The proposed ordinance provides for a parking ratio for TOD or transit-oriented development consistent with the provisions included in the state density bonus law. Any housing development located within a half mile of accessible major transit stops shall provide 0.5 parking stall per unit. Additionally, staff is recommending an introduction of a definition for a major transit stop and transit-oriented housing development consistent with state law. We're also introducing an ordinance for tandem parking. The city's adopted regulations only allow tandem parking for detached single-family dwellings. The city has previously made the determination that through approval of a design review permit reviewed by the Planning Commission, a multi-unit housing development may request the use of tandem parking. This process is currently not codified and has been allowed through policy direction subject to discretionary review and approval. The new tandem parking standards will include only allowing tandem parking for all residential housing development, and the use of tandem parking shall only serve the same dwelling unit. We're also introducing clear dimensions, defined dimensions for both enclosed and unenclosed tandem parking spaces. We're also introducing requirements for screening when tandem parking is located within required side yard setbacks. We're also identifying key locations where tandem spaces can be provided. And lastly, to prohibit the use of tandem parking to satisfy guest parking requirements. The next step is should the City Council introduce all 3 ordinances tonight, we will come back on September 22nd with the adoption of all 3 ordinances. And then subsequent to the adoption, we'll submit the local coastal plan amendment application to Coastal Commission, and we're anticipating a hearing at the Coastal Commission sometime in the spring or summer of 2022. So with that, staff is recommending City Council introduce ordinances number 2021-10, 2021-11, and 2021-12. That concludes staff's presentation, and we're available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any hands, so let's go to the public comment. Oh.
Sorry, Mayor, since this is a public hearing, would you like to open the public hearing?
Yes, I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, and then we have one speaker, Christine Schindler.
Okay.
Okay, so as you can tell, I'm spending my evening with you tonight. So Christine Schindler, East Encinitas, I just want to say I was very happy to see this ordinance on the agenda. Whatever we can do to put people over cars and people over parking and move transit-oriented development, TOD, forward and affordable housing forward. is wonderful. So I think this, you know, speaks to a lot of things that the city is focused on as far as mobility, climate action, housing, and so forth. So I just want to say I'm in support of it, and I thank everybody for their efforts.
Great, thank you. And then Donna Westbrook had registered to speak, but she is not present. So that concludes speakers.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
I was wondering if lift parking was considered in any of this. I know there was a project, a housing element project, that was suggested that lift parking would be a good solution. Is that something that has been considered?
Yes, the Planning Commission considered, we brought forward, or staff brought forward a determination item to the Planning Commission regarding that issue, and the Planning Commission voted against it. We're not supportive of utilizing lift or mechanical lift parking to satisfy parking requirements. That doesn't preclude somebody from using it, but it's just that they can't use it to satisfy their parking obligations.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you. I would like to move to approve ordinance 2110 tandem parking, 2111 transit-oriented development parking, and 2112 inclusionary affordable unit parking as presented by staff. I think it's really good timing, and I think it's a really good fit for our community. It really emphasizes people over dedicating space to storing cars, but I think it also is very lifestyle focused. In these certain circumstances, I think it's a good fit for our community, but I also think that staff has presented this in a way where it's a somewhat conservative. It's not like overstepping. I think it's the right fit for our community, and I think the state and all others will hopefully agree that this is the right way forward for us. So I'd like to put that motion forward.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Deputy Mayor Krantz, did you have another comment or? No. Okay.
Just not into lowering my hand very well.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
And then before we vote, we will close the public hearing.
And I will close the public hearing. Yes, thank you for the reminders.
No problem. Councilmember Hensy?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyons?
Yes.
Councilmember Mosca?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Krantz?
Yes.
And Mayor Blakespear?
Yes.
All right, motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Now we're on to item 10C, which is the Santa Fe Drive scope change. How many public speakers do we have on this?
We have one speaker on that.
Okay, let's hear the presentation.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, City Manager, City Attorney. I'm Matt Wadowski, Senior Engineer here at the City of Encinitas, and with me is Eric Torrenson. He is the project manager for our design contractor. We hope to think that last is best, so we'll get on, give you our update on Santa Fe Drive Corridor Improvement Project. Can you put the presentation up, please? There. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, most of you know that this Santa Fe Drive corridor, it's been around the city for a little while. It's kind of small little blocks to do this project, had different little places it's gone. But to give a basic background here, back in 2016, the city staff did apply for, and we did receive an ATP grant for Bonita to El Camino Real, the eastern phase, as we've called it, design and the construction funding, as you see. And then the city staff did apply for an HSIP grant on the western phase. And the main focus and area of this grant scope was for a signalized crossing and some sidewalk improvements. As that came around, we said we wanted to get a corridor project. And so we started putting all of this together. Next slide, please. Again, for a quick reminder to everybody, this is the corridor that we're talking about on the project. It's the same as attachment 1 in your staff report. The western phase starts with, we call it segment A, and it goes all the way east to segment F. Segments A and B are the western phase, which have the HSIP grant to support it. The eastern phase are segments C through F, which have the ATP grant, which support the project. Next slide, please. So once the grants were secured, the scopes and the costs that were received from that, this was the corridor project we had basically starting in 2019, if you would do it. The HSIP grant gave us the scope to build a signalized crossing, and it allowed us to put some sidewalks where sidewalks didn't exist, and to put some paint and striping on the ground to create some bike lanes where bike lanes didn't exist. That is the scope of what the HSIP grant gave us and is still giving us. On the ATP side, which is the eastern phase, again, the scope of the grant and the limits were from Bonita east to El Camino Real. It was to install sidewalks where sidewalks didn't exist. It was to install bike lanes with striping where bike lanes did not exist. We could add some curb ramps and we could do some small swale improvements. So that is what the grants give us. And if you would ever ask the question, what do the grants fund on this project? This is what we wanted to say for everybody to understand. Next slide, please. As we brought the project to council, we combined it into an entire corridor project. We started meeting with the community. We brought it to city council. We talked with community members. We had outreach meetings with the school district liaison committee team, and we had some community focus groups where we started this, and we gathered other features which came onto the project, separated and protected bikeways where possible. It was specifically mentioned we wanted to do something with bus stops on both sides for the high school. We wanted the pedestrian crossing, which was funded by the HSIP grant. One of the things along the corridor was the intersection at Santa Fe Drive and Crest has always been known to be a difficult intersection. So we wanted to see if we could try to do improvements to it. And while we were going to be putting these features on the corridor, we knew we were going to have to comply with Green Street features in order to comply with state stormwater. And obviously the big thing we wanted to do was address connections to schools, which is why we started our communication and our liaisoning with those school districts where we could. Next slide, please. After the design contractor or the design consultant was brought on board, we started the design phase. We did our input with the school district liaison committee. We talked to community members. We had our interaction with some council members. We came up with our community requested design, or 30% as we called it. This is what we came about with in the beginning of this calendar year, February to March of 2021. And again, this is what we've had. We have protected bike lanes all throughout the entire corridor. We have a signalized crossing for the high school. We have 2 protected intersections at Nardo McKinnon and Bonita Windsor to go along, as well as the protected facilities all throughout the corridor. We're adding new sidewalks, as you see, in the red dot areas, and we wanted to put a scope for putting a roundabout at the Crest Santa Fe intersection. This is what we presented at the citizen participation plan. Some of you were on that call. I think you remember what we presented to the community. And one thing I also did want to say is during this time, we also did reach out to NCTD. They did see our 30% design, and we have established contact in order to do the bus stops in front of the high school. So we came here, this is the community requested the design that we really thought everybody really wanted. And it's a great design, but it is a little pricey. So when we got to that, we said, well, we got to look at this again. We do know the times we're in. Finances are tight. We need to be prudent. We have to think about this. And the last thing we wanted to do was to go forward if all of this couldn't be built and put some of the grant funding at risk, because the grant funding does have timelines. So if we don't spend it in enough time, we can lose it. So what city staff and the consultant sat down is like, maybe we need to come up with a value engineered project, slightly less, but something that can be designed and built within the time period we have. So what we'd like to do is we'd like to show you what we propose to do going forward with the project. It's a value engineered concept, and I will turn it over to Aaron for now. Next slide.
Thank you, Matt. So as the consultant, we worked with the city and looked at value engineering. What we wanted to do is to deliver 2 projects, the east and west, that provide the most important project features in a cost-effective manner. The important aspects of this is that we wanted to maintain separated bike paths, because in our public outreach, that was kind of a high aspect, safety at intersections. And so that's what we looked for in this revised value engineering. Basically, what we are providing now is we're still providing protected bike intersections from Gardena all the way to Ballur, and then from Ballur to Camino, there will be buffered bike lanes. Additionally, we're providing all the sidewalk improvements to make a sidewalk all the way along the corridor as previously discussed in the grant, and the safety improvements. In front of the high school, we wanted to maintain that same presentation that we provided. So the only minor modifications we did is eliminate some of the parking. Basically, there was some roadway expansion to allow parking on the north side, basically from the existing parking lot area over to Bonita. So that expansion and pavement was kind of reduced, and that was to help kind of save the cost, but we still plan for the same type, as you can see in this segment B here. And we still allow for the frontage parking, the back end angled parking along the segment B. And then we continue the segment C section. We continue with the separated protected bike sections through that. As we mentioned before, as we get to segment E, past Ballur, everything will be buffered, painted bike lanes down through segment F into El Camino. And then additionally on segment A, which is the frontage there, we'll provide new sidewalk. The sidewalk on the south side will be, and the bike path will be elevated at the same elevation. That was one of the changes to kind of help save costs. And then on the north sides, we'll have a AC curb with some striping. So that would be protected, but it won't be as landscape oriented on that north side, which becomes expensive because of all the cutting and additional construction to insert some of these items. Next slide, please. So in general, next slide. Okay, so in general, on the west end, we're looking at the protected bike lanes with the separators. In front of the high school, we're still allowing for some of the planting that we had planned before. This is just a kind of a graphic of showing what we have here. This is the general layout of the bike paths or bike ways, although we don't show any of the back end parking, which would occur in front of the high school. Next slide, please. So, and then on the west, on the east end of the project, basically we'll be looking at a bike lane that has buffers. So we are looking for the 5 foot with a two foot buffer or so.
Can you orient? Are the trees on the north side or the south side?
So in this instance here, so this is just a typical graphic to show the actual lanes that we have and how the bike lanes are. There are some existing trees out there that will remain.
No, but I'm just trying to orient whether who's going what direction. So are the trees on the north side or the south side in this diagram? Because there were some differences between the curb and such like that, and I know there are projects coming on the south side, and so I'm just trying to orient myself to what we're looking at here.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is just in general, just a general cross section that doesn't identify where the trees are either on the north or the south side. So this is just a general section, mostly to focus on the safety improvements, which are the sidewalk and the bike lanes, or bike in this way, in this section be buffered bike.
Can you go to the previous slide?
This is not a real graphic is what he's saying, I think. Like on the east end, there are no trees between a sidewalk and a bike lane. I think that's what, like, you're just, right? Like, this is just a generic drawing that's showing that it's paint on the ground. But it's a little misleading because Tony is, I mean, that was what I was thinking is like, where are we having this facility? But we're actually not having this facility.
So yeah, the focus of this facility is the focus of this picture is for bike safety, to show how, so if you go up to the previous one, which is and this is what we say on the west end, these are protected bike lanes. So there's a solid buffer that prevents cars from driving into the bike path. So these kind of show both elements of it. The one that has a separated bike lane with a curb and water quality feature in between the bike lane and the driving lane. And then another alternative that we propose on the west end, which is to elevate the sidewalk and the bike lane at the same elevation, which protects any cars from hitting the bikes. So here we're just focusing on the bike safety aspect of these two elements.
And I don't want to belabor the point, but I want to understand. I want to make sure and I want the public to understand. You're saying this is primarily on the west end. So are we talking about like from Gardena to McKinnon / Nardo?
Yes. If you go back to the previous slide, go up one more. Okay. Yes. So, yes, from segment A, basically, that's kind of what we have in segment A is that first situation.
So
the difference,
if you go back to the next slide, then in that segment, you're saying there's enough room to put a sidewalk, maybe a planter thing, a bike lane, and a 2-foot drainage thing.
So in segment A right now, on the south side, which would be the left on this picture, is where we're expanding. So we're only adding the curb, the bike path, and the sidewalk at the same elevation. On the north side, we are basically putting instead of this nice swale here, we are putting an AC dike and striping to protect the bike lane. And then this where the trees and sidewalk are, that would be the existing. That's in between. That's in between Gardena and Nardo. So in between Gardena and Nardo, the existing trees out there are actually the palms. So that's what we're showing. But now, if we go back up one more, so this is kind of like, if you go back up, back to the overall value and engineering section. So I think it's this. So then in segment B here, this is the one where on the north side, what we're going to do is right now where there is the mulch, we plan to add some vegetation and trees to that segment, but also add a bike path along that mulch adjacent to the sidewalk. Okay, so that's the plans for the north side. There'd be the vegetation that's added. On the south side, we plan to add a water quality buffer that would be curbed on both sides. That would be a separator between the back end parking and the bike lane. So it would go driving lanes, angled parking, bike lane, and then sidewalk. So that's what we plan for this section into here. So we do have plans to keep the vegetation, the landscape improvements along the frontage of the high school and the areas that we can, that we're not using for the bikeway, and to add those trees in that area. Additionally, there will be a segment before Ballur, where these apartments are, where we have enough room to actually have some additional swales and areas for some tree additions there too. And we also understand that the city has some tree grants and they can come in and add some to that. So that's part of the value engineering, and we're trying to maximize the cost and provide the safety, and then work in where we can still add in trees and landscapings with the knowledge that those can also be added in due time as that comes along. So I don't know if that helps understand what we're doing here.
Could I ask some clarification questions? I don't know if now's the right time, but I think other council members are. Is it appropriate? I'm okay
with it.
You're okay with it, Eric. Thank you. I know it's sometimes hard when you've got graphics like this and you're kind of flipping back and forth between the blow-ups that kind of try to show some ideas. But may I just kind of zoom out for a minute and ask a few questions. First, this is what you're showing here is what's affordable. When you're saying, you know, this is what we're putting forward right now. This is affordable based on the budget we have right now, correct?
Correct, and the preliminary cost.
Well, let me just answer that.
Okay, go ahead.
What we're showing here with the value engineer, if you follow the financing section of the agenda report, where we can afford the western phase, which would be segments A and B now, and with 2 sections of funding for the next 2 fiscal years, we can afford the eastern phase.
So A and B is what we have money for right now.
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Matt and Matthew. I remember talking about this when we were looking at the project in the field, so that's how I was remembering it. So thanks for, it's an important clarification.
Yes.
When we're talking about sidewalk, we've got sidewalk on both sides of the road, both north and south, the whole extent, all the way from El Camino Real down to the 5. Is that correct? Based on all these different colored graphics, it looks like yes or no? Are there some gaps in the sidewalk?
We do have gaps in the sidewalk, and if we could switch to slide 11 really quick. So this is what's currently out there right now. So you can see that there's gaps in the sidewalk in certain areas. Then you go to the next slide, is with our project, these are the improvements we want. So we'll fill in all the gaps, provide the safe passages, and then also add in, as we mentioned, the mid-block crossing for the high school.
Okay, this helps.
Yes.
Thanks. I didn't realize you had more graphics. I should have waited.
Yeah, we do. So yeah, I mean, this is the easiest way to talk about what we're providing. The next question, I think, is what council member brought up, was the landscaping and where are the trees and stuff like that. And that's a little bit more difficult to show because there's some existing out there, and then you know, we want to focus, and originally when we met with everyone on this project and with the public, you know, everyone was really impressed with the portion in front of the high school. And so that's what we focused on in the value engineering, is keeping as much as we can and reducing some of the costs in front of the high school segments. And then we looked at, you know, where, since we are switching, so that's the other thing is since the cost to install protected bike lanes the whole way involved a lot more hard infrastructure for protection, that when we eliminated that to go to just buffered bike lanes to be more in line with the grant to save cost, that eliminated some of the opportunity to add those extra landscaping areas. So, you know, we went from adding little islands that could be landscaped to buffered paint, but we still provide some safety, because now instead of there not being, you know, where there was a shared lane that was shared, now there's a 5-foot bike lane with a 2-foot buffer, you know, or a 3-foot buffer. So there's still safety improvements there within reasonable cost.
Are the bike lanes continuous through the whole corridor?
So yeah, so if you go to the next slide after this, we kind of show you what we had before. So this one kind of shows the existing bike facilities, and this is where the existing bike lanes are. Of course, there are some shared use lane through this corridor. But then the next slide after that shows what we're planning to improve through this. So then you can see that we have the separated bike lanes pretty much up to Balleur. And then from Balleur down to Crest, we have the buffered bike lanes. And then we have the existing bike lanes from Crest down to El Camino. And actually we're looking at adding a couple of feet of buffer right now to those existing bike lanes from Crest to El Camino. So yes, we are adding that. And then we're also planning for protected intersections that allow for the movement of people at Nardo and Bonita, are part of the safety improvements too. So we're looking at reducing the cost of those to make them efficient, but still providing the protected designs at Nardo and Bonita. So for the bikes to cross.
One more question on this exhibit, if I could, and then I'll let my other colleagues talk. The separated bikeways, which is the class 4, that you showed in a couple different ways on the graphic, but maybe you didn't mean to. I mean, is there going to be a 6-inch curb on both sides of that protected?
So there's at a minimum, yes, at a minimum, there's going to be a 6-inch curb. Sometimes it may just be an AC dike with some striping because that's cost efficient for the area that we have and the room we have. And then, for instance, in front of the high school, though, it would be more of a 2 to 3 foot swale with curbs on both sides and landscaping in the middle. So it just depends. As we get past Bonita, basically as we go towards Evergreen, we still have it's separated from Evergreen to Ballure, though. We go to a more economical protected section, which is more of an AC dike separator with some buffer on it to save cost. Although we do have opportunity from Ballure, from Aloha to Ballure, or for that. I'm sorry.
If you have a graphic of the AC dike, I would appreciate seeing that.
We don't have a graphic of that. So we don't have a graphic of that.
Have you finished your presentation? Should we go through that and then get to questions? I see our director has her hand up. Did you want to speak right now, Lillian?
If I may, just so the designer is at 30% design. There are quite a few details remaining and outstanding to be developed as we move forward in the design process. It was at the 30% design that we realized and recognized that as much as this community deserves and wants a completely separated bike lane and many, many aspects and features of this facility, that to proceed with the design of that caliber would mean that there would be a delay in implementation. And so the purpose that we are here tonight is really to present what we believe we can phase and implement quickly and bring these facilities sooner. And what we've seen time and time again is the cost of construction is increasing year after year after year. And our ability to bring these projects to the table faster in phased and creative aspects will allow us to be able to materialize these projects. There is always an opportunity to add alternates and to, at the time that we go to bid, to see if we can afford additional facilities or change them. Tonight, I just want to emphasize that the team was focused on the safety of our students and our young people in the most focused areas where there are a number of schools. A number of students utilize this area to get to school. And so the choices that were made were driven largely in part by the community. And so the only thing I just want to say is that there is the opportunity to proceed with the original design on the table. However, we do not have the funds to be able to do that. The value engineered option that is before you this evening is an opportunity to bring this project to the table sooner. I just want to reiterate that because we bring this project today does not mean that in the future we could not add on to it or change it. Additional features couldn't be developed as separate projects later. So I just ask that you please keep that in mind as we complete the presentation. And that's all I had to add. Thank you.
Okay, let's try to get through the presentation, then we'll in an orderly way take comments and questions. So let's just move forward, Eric, with that.
All right, sounds good. Well, I think through the questions, we kind of flew through the slides that we had to show and discuss.
I can take it. Next slide.
Yeah, so there you go, Matt.
Okay, so as we said, we had our community preferred option, and then we've gone through the value engineered where we've reduced some things down. Just want to say right now, what we have available for construction is yes, the $3 million. And as I've said, the ATP grant has to be for the east phase, the HSIP for the west phase. So when we looked at just the grant funded scope of the project, you have a total of $2.95 million. Those are the two sides on each side to do it. The preferred alternative was obviously 7.7 million, as you see, 2.6 and 5.1. That's why after we got this design done and we looked at the cost, we said, wow, that's kind of big. So the value engineered option, as we said, the west phase is 2.3 million. And a correction to your staff report, the cost of the east phase is 2.7 million. That is the most recent number that we have for a cost of 5. As we've said, we have the $3 million now, and if we follow the funding schedule we put forth in the agenda report, we could achieve the construction of both projects. So those are the funding numbers. Next slide, please. So the time phase, obviously, if we get approval today for the scope change, we would go to the 60% design route around for comments. We're hoping to get to planning commission for the west phase and the east phase. The nice thing is the design of both phases can move at the same time. We want to complete the design by the end of 21 into 22 for the winter, complete the permitting in the spring of 22. From there, the right-of-way, we go with the west phase only. We finish the right-of-way. We start the construction in the summer of 22 for west phase because we have the money for that, complete it into early 23. We wait until the middle of 2023 to get the funding and start the construction of the east phase, and we can complete it by 2024. And this way, the grant funding is allowed to be used because we do have timelines, so everything can be funded properly with this scope and with the funding that was laid out. Next slide. Again, our recommendations, if you approve the value engineering design, looking for about an additional 1 to 2 million of the fund. It depends on what the bids come in at. Direct the staff to proceed with the value engineering for 2 phases. And then the timeline, as I said, if we approve, we would construct the western phase in summer 22. We would fund the east phase by 2023 budget, and we would construct the eastern phase in fall of 23. Next slide. Now we were happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mosca.
Yes, thank you, Matt and others for bringing this forward. I was excited I've seen this presentation, the presentation on the full Santa Fe corridor many times through the school district liaison meeting, and I know that there's a lot of energy and excitement around what's going to happen in front of SDA. But I got to say that I was excited by the combining of all the projects and the larger kind of view of the entire corridor. Being one of the only council members, I guess, as far east as I am, I'm keenly aware of the fact that we need to do a better job with our east-west feeders, making it as safe as possible for us to bike from frankly Liebenhain or New Encinitas over to the coast. We're doing a lot with our north-south feeders, but we have to be able now get people from Liebenhain and New Encinitas safely over to the coast so that they can enjoy those amenities as well. And so, one of the things for the Santa Fe was just one more kind of real, fixing up of that corridor. So it's another safe route for us to kind of meander from New Encinitas down ECR to Santa Fe. And I'd say that, you couldn't see it because the east side was kind of off your slide deck. It was kind of like at the very bottom of your slide deck, but that's okay. But you couldn't see it, but there were a lot of gaps there in terms of sidewalks, from Belor further east around several of those streets. I mean, you can't walk on those streets. There are no sidewalks at all and huge gaps. And it's really hard to ride your bike over there, even though we have, some facilities. And so bottom line is I'm happy with what you guys are doing because I do believe what Lillian said is true and correct. We need to deliver on some of these projects. We need to start value engineering. And my hope is that we can do the whole thing and then start adding, because we do need to add specifically to the east side, because not only is this creating the safe routes, do you have that kind of notion around SDA and in some of the middle schools and elementary schools in that area, but also the notion of just improving our east-west feeders. And it's really hard on Encinitas because that road is like 50 miles per hour. And so Santa Fe is slower. Santa Fe is shaping up to be another really good alternative for folks to get to the coast. And so I would just, I support this, and I just want to move as quickly as possible to the eastern portion and really think about adding some amenities. Because I'd note that again, you know, we have I don't know what the price differential is, but I know that you guys have done that, but like it's protected on the west side, but then, you know, it's only buffered on the east side. It's just one more thing that kind of like, as we're putting money into Willow Spring, putting money into into ECR, I mean, being able to kind of take those folks onto Santa Fe and over to the coast is so important, and making it as protected as possible so that folks can do that is so important. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm also supportive, and I really appreciate staff's ability to accelerate this project to get it closer to the completion or the initiation phase than we were looking at last year. And I will just say that we have a lot of support for doing this kind of a quick build style from the school district liaison committee meeting, because the trustees at San Diego Union High School District kept asking us about this crossing right there in front of the high school. And so I'm really happy that we're going to be able to deliver that more quickly, even though it might not have all the bells and whistles we'd had hoped. And I just had a few questions. So that signal at SDA, I keep seeing it referred to as a signal, but without flashers. So does that, what does that look like? It's not a rapid flashing beacon crossing?
We're working with that on that right now. There is some coordination internally with the city because there is a development to the south that may make it a full signalized corner port there, depending on how that development goes. But that is something that as we proceed, we'll work out exactly what that is. Right now, we are looking for the most safe method to get people across. And so a signalized crossing, maybe not a full signalized crossing, but a signalized crossing with stops and with the actual stops for the cars to require is what we're looking at. So we're looking at something a little bit more than that. But,
okay, and would it have a refuge in the middle?
With it being a signalized crossing, we wouldn't need the refuge in the middle because it would be it wouldn't be like a flashing beacon where you cross and we want to turn, like a Z crossing with the refuge where you turn the people. This one would be a protected crossing is what we'd be looking at. So
okay.
We've also looked at some bulb outs to reduce the length and time that the pedestrians are in the road, so that shortens the distance as well.
Okay, that's great. That's what I was hoping for. And then I know that we're still at 30%, but these protected bike lanes, which I'm really in support of, and I think that that will help us with our mode shifting goals. And it looks like we have this little curb for one of the proposals, and then we've got an elevated bike lane for another one with a 6-inch elevation. And I don't see any of the typical bollards that we usually use in the city for protected bike lanes. And I'm curious to know if we're going to, or if we just hadn't depicted that, or what the status is with bollards.
We can still add bollards. You know, the community was about half and half. It's you know, we wanted to make sure we got a little more input back. It's something that could be added. We didn't want to say no. We're not saying yes, definitely now. If council really likes them, we can certainly make sure we put them into the 60%.
Okay. And then my last question is about Sharrows, and if that's the same situation with Sharrows. You know, I know oftentimes when a protected bike lane comes forward, we still have members of the fast cycling community that asks for Sharrows. Have we ruled that out, or is there still the possibility we could have Sharrows in addition?
Eric, we didn't put Sharrows on this one, did we?
We can add those. That's something that we're still discussing if it's needed or not, because most bikers sometimes they just ride in the street. But yeah, that's something that we can add. I believe our conversations were leaning towards having the Sharrows and the protected bike areas both.
Okay, yeah, that would be great. I think it would reduce some controversy when we're closer to the finish line.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Kranz.
I was afraid you thought I had left my hand up for no reason there. So, Matt, you mentioned communicating with NCTD. How are the communications going? What is the strategy for bus stops in this area?
We sent them our 30% plans, the community plans and got a contact point. They sent us the standards and the specifications for which we need, and we basically established contact. We have what they want. Once we get the 60 to them, we're going to show both the bus stops in front of the school and have them provide any comments going forward.
Where is it moving to? What is the strategy?
The bus stops are going to be basically, if you're coming west, there'll be actually on both sides, it'll be before you get to the crossway. So if you're coming west, it's before you get to the signalized cross will be the first bus stop. And then if you're coming east, before you get to the signalized crossing, you'll have the bus stop. In really close proximity to 845 Santa Fe.
Is it going to be a bus stop like this, or are we going to have a bus turnout? Is there going to be a better facility, maybe with a bench and some shelter?
So we're going to have a bus turnout for certain.
Okay.
That's what we have currently in the design. And then it's up to the bus for them to determine if it's a shelter or not. I believe that's based upon riderships for their maintenance of those items.
Well, I think that the city could certainly, it's NCT isn't necessarily going to put it in, but I hope as a city council we support shelters and benches as we build this. I would hate to have this project short a bus bench. The crossing, signalized crossing, so maybe we're looking at something like we have at the Santa Fe undercrossing at Swami's. Is that the sort of thing that we might have, is push button and you get a walk and all the cars stop? Matt?
Eric, was that our most recent thing we had?
Yeah, I believe so. I haven't seen the one at Swami's. I'm not familiar with that. I haven't looked at that one, so I can't speak to that reference. But yes, it would be there'd be the bulb out. So basically you'd be crossing, you wouldn't have to cross the bike lanes or anything else like that. You'd just be crossing the lanes of traffic. And it would be, we're looking at currently right now having it as a signal stop there.
Yeah, and I wonder, the location of that, I hope everybody goes up and watches the morning and afternoon rush of automobiles, because if you put that crossing right here, you're going to impede traffic that wants to get into the high school parking lot. So maybe it's better a little further west, or maybe what you would be beneficial to everybody and more safe is if instead of a free left turn here, there was actually a left turn signal and maybe there was a right turn lane off of the street here. I know that gets a little dicey with bike facilities and such, but I hope that the engineers are all looking at that, because my 3 kids went to San Diego Academy, and when they didn't drive, I got to drive them up there, and it was challenging during those 2 periods a day. So I hope that we're thinking about that. And I did ride when I turned in my e-Golf at Cook Volkswagen. I took bus 304 to City Hall, and it was the bus that was full of high school kids from La Costa Canyon High School. And we got there at San Diego, and there were a bunch of bus riders that got off. And so it did point out that we need to have better facilities here. And I've been advocating for quite some time. And I think that it's always been kind of a back burner issue as this project developed. I know the school district liaison committee has been talking with folks. I assume they're thinking about buses, but I don't know. The other thing I would ask the city manager is that, when a presentation is given to one of the liaison committees or other committees that is staff presentation, that it be shared with all of us on the council so that we can kind of keep in touch with projects as they're moving forward, because I haven't seen this one in a long time, and it sounds like it's been presented to the school district and the school district liaison committee quite a bit. So I look forward to getting all these improvements done, and I just hope it's done in a very thoughtful way, and that we take advantage of this construction to address issues related to public transit as well as bicycling and walking. So thanks.
Just to clarify, Deputy Mayor, we didn't receive this presentation. We received the presentation, I believe, that the community received on the earlier community preferred alternative.
Okay, and again, I think that those are good to share. I did go and look. I went and looked at what the community saw as well. And that's where I started engaging on the issue of bus stops and where they should be placed. I think maybe the bus stops should be moved closer to Nardo McKinnon and use those crosswalks there. But if there's going to be a signalized, pedestrian crossing here, then I guess the bus stops can be in the vicinity of that. But when my kids were in school there was an effort to keep students from parking on Santa Fe Drive. They were supposed to go to the student parking lot, and I'm afraid what we're doing is we're creating an attractive nuisance for the young students. So to park on the south side of the street, but all that I'm sure is being considered, and so I look forward to getting this project built.
Okay, thank you. And before I go back to you, Councilmember Lyons, I'm just going to ask a question or two and make some comments. So with this, don't take this down quite yet, Councilman Deputy Mayor. So where is the mid-block crossing currently planned on this drawing? Or I mean on this map?
Just about where we are right now.
Here.
Yeah. Yes, correct.
Okay.
And so you're going to have a center left turn lane that's going to be full of cars and waiting to turn left into the parking lot. This was one of the requests that I made with my oldest student. This used to be a two-way driveway, and I asked them to turn it into a one-way and all exit here, entrance here, and it gets really busy. So I hope that the crossing doesn't impact that in some way. Maybe we don't care, but if the crossing is over here, at least people can continue to turn right into the driveway here. So, if there's a way to avoid stopping both westbound and eastbound traffic from entering into the school parking lot, it seems like that would be good.
Absolutely. We'll definitely analyze it and make sure that everything works. And because we also know that there's a private development at 845. We've seen preliminary things. So whenever we say we've shown them what we want to do, but we did say we would tie into whatever they are conditioned to do. So there are a few pieces that we don't have all the answers to yet right now.
Okay. And so just to confirm, our design team who works for the city and is contracted by the city will go out there at traffic times of drop off and pick up and watch the way it's currently used, right? Has that happened yet? I know we've been in COVID and all this, but is that something that you plan to do or have done?
We've done some of it, and go ahead, Eric.
Oh, no, I was gonna say yes, that is planned. As you mentioned, it was difficult to get a good read during the times of COVID, but now with the school year starting, as we go into this 60% design, that is something that we're looking, to review and get into.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to emphasize that I see that as imperative, that all the things that the deputy mayor is describing about the way this corridor is used. I also have kids the same age. I drive this corridor every day, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And it is imperative that you go out there at the time when people are using the school on foot, on transit, on bicycles, with cars, and like sit there and witness it, because otherwise I don't think you can just design this in a vacuum. You have to see what it is, what is the traffic pattern currently, and how can we add these improvements in ways that really benefit, but don't create other problems that have just been mentioned. So I really, I seriously hope that's taken to heart by everyone, from the city manager on down, to make sure that happens. Absolutely. I just want to add a couple of big picture thoughts of things that I think are really important. First of all, I'm thrilled that you're value engineering this. I really think that should be the focus of all of our capital improvement projects. So what is the amount of grant money we have? What can we build immediately, basically in the short term, and not get onto a Lucadia streetscape like 15-year redesign, reconsideration. We don't have the money, like all of that. I think this is a much, much better way to do it. And I really appreciate the staff of having the discipline and reorienting to say, let's do it. Let's do what we can with the money we have. So just want to recognize that and thank Lillian and the team, Matt, and the entire team for doing that. The buffered bike lanes are key. So to the extent you can create buffered bike lanes through, barrier protected bike lanes are key. I said that wrong. Buffered bike lanes are not the same. And this does have high high volume and high speed, especially at certain times of day. So to the extent you're able to value engineer those protected bike lanes by having candlesticks and bollards, I really encourage you to do that as you're moving forward from 30% to 60%, because there's just no question that there are so many students using this corridor, and having mode shift goals be effective means people have to be protected from the speeding vehicle. That's like the single biggest thing to feeling safe riding a bike, is that you're not going to get run over by a car. So, you know, just, I want to reemphasize that. I say that at every meeting we're talking about stuff like this, but it's just important for this corridor, especially as well. I also want to mention that it seems like there's substantial data that shows that intersections are the places where people have the most interactions, like car versus bike is when there's or pedestrian too, is when they're crossing. And so these intersections being protected and having pork chops and having all these new things, Dutch and all this kind of different, the new things that we're doing with intersections. I hope that we're applying those. It seemed like you were just in the description of them. You didn't go into the intersection specifically, but you know, what is happening at that McKinnon, Nardo area, kids just flow through that intersection at all times when the school is in, because that's the corridor, you know, to get there. So making sure those intersections are as good as possible on all four corners, I think, is a priority. I support the deputy mayor about bus stops. If we need a little more money to put a bus bench and with a cover for shade in, I think that I'm happy to make that a priority. I also hope and intend, and hopefully Councilmember Lyons is going to be working on this with the plant policy. This is a great place to have shade trees. This is a really hot corridor. We're not trying to, you know, protect people's views or anything. Having kids walking to school, and we're not in like a huge heat island, you know, planting shade trees is really important. So when we are planting trees as part of this project, I hope that that's considered. I know in the last project on Santa Fe, when we buried the power lines, they planted all palm trees that provide no shade and are expensive to maintain. And, you know, I really hope that we don't plant just scraggly little trees, but actual shade trees. And then the last thing that I want to say as my comments is that, well, actually I have two more comments. The candlesticks or bollards, I think, are very effective at creating a visual barrier. So for a driver to be driving down and see those candlesticks coming up, it does, you know, they're just less likely to drift over there. So I think of that as effective, subtly effective at communicating the barrier. And so, you know, I know there are mixed feelings about the visual effect of it, but there's just no question to me that they add safety. So to the extent those are part of it, I totally support that. We also have them throughout the city. So it's not, you know, it's not like this is the first application of the bollards or the candlesticks. And then my last comment is that that east side part of this project is really important because, and my family lives in this area of Cardiff that comes across this entire corridor, and you don't have to go on Santa Fe to get to almost anything before Lake, because you can go the back way. You can go through the Encinitas Community Park, you can go travel along Lake and even travel along Crest. But then that section, that last section, which is the east section, to get to from Santa Fe to El Camino Real, you have to get onto Santa Fe. There are no other back routes that can get you down onto El Camino Real. And so that section is totally unimproved, like totally unimproved, where the bike lane is, you know, the pavement's wearing away and it's in the dirt and there's no sidewalk. And, you know, it's just, it's like the 1950s kind of street. And so I really do hope that we continue to keep this project, the east side of it, as part of a priority that we build this. Because if we, as Councilmember Mosca said, if we want people to be coming from the east side, you have to go on El Camino Real and then getting onto Santa Fe. That section right there is just really important. So I do care about that and hope that we get to that and don't let that somehow fall off of the plan. So those are my comments. Thank you very much for this project, for moving forward with something. I'm excited about where we are with it, and I really look forward to it getting built. So hopefully our final comment is from Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you. I want to thank you, Matt, and your team for problem solving and coming up with a good solution here. you know, what we can afford is essentially that west side in front of the school. I get that. That's its own first phase. And then future funding, as Mayor Blakespear has said, you know, we hope we can do that too. And so that would be the East End. And so I like the approach you've used, and it's not easy to do this. So I just wanted to thank you and your team for that. My colleagues have asked all the questions I had except for one, and that is about the parking along the corridor. I believe you've got parking identified, and it might be reverse in. I just want to make sure I understand what the parking solution is along this corridor.
Yeah, for section B, which is mainly in front of the high school, yeah, on the south side, it's a reverse in parking. On the north side, where you're going west, for most of it, it's the reverse, and then, but we stop it after the school entrance until you get to Badita. Eric, anything else?
Yeah, we are keeping some of the parallel parking in between, I think, Evergreen and Blur. Right now there's an extended gap where we keep the parallel parking on the south side while adding in a swale and some water quality treatment aspects there.
Well, you're doing a lot.
Was the best place for the angled parking, and then everywhere else is pretty much parallel because we didn't have as much right of way. But segment B is really nice and wide, so we said let's try to use as much as we can.
All right, thank you. I know we'll see more details on that as you get beyond the 30%. And so I don't believe there's a motion that's been put forward yet. So I'll go ahead and move the recommended action to authorize city staff to modify the project scope for the design and construction of Santa Fe Drive Bike and Pedestrian Improvement Project.
I'll second.
Then Mayor, we do have a public speaker before we vote.
Okay, let's call on.
That is Christine Schindler.
All right, thank you very much, since I'm holding on with you all. So a lot to unpack here, but you know, it's a fantastic project. It's a east-west corridor that's in need of some improvements. It's bikeable, walkable now, but it's going to be so much better after this project. So for safe routes, it's huge. For connectors, it's huge. So there was nothing said about travel lane width. I'm hoping it's 10 to do traffic calming by having a more narrow travel lane. Shade trees, thanks for mentioning that. There are a lot of good things that were mentioned. You know, I think the biggest change in the project is taking the roundabout away from Crest, and that's probably what the $2 million difference is. So hopefully that can be done sometime down the road. If you can buffer from there down to El Camino Real, that would be an improvement over how it is right now. But I ride this all the time, and it's pretty comfortable for the road riders. Councilmember Kelly, thanks for bringing up Sharrows. Sharrows are not for bicyclists. Sharrows are to tell the motorists that bicycles can be there. So you're going to have a lot more success with this project, not having the road cyclists get up in arms if you build Sharrows into the project. What else? There were other mentions. Councilmember Joe mentioned that this is a much gentler corridor than Encinitas Boulevard. However, I think Encinitas Boulevard needs some traffic calming as well. And I think that should be able to be a bike corridor. So it's kind of not one or the other. I think we need to do both. But this is fantastic. I know I forgot to mention a few things, but it's late. So you guys want to vote and move on. So thank you very much.
Are we ready to vote, Mayor Blakespear?
Yes, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Hinsey?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyons?
Yes.
Councilmember Mosca?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Krantz?
Yes.
And Mayor Blakespear?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, great. Thank you everybody for that item. So let's see. We don't have any council member initiated items. Any reports pursuant to 1, 2, 3, 4 that people want to do? Okay, Deputy Mayor.
I am sorry, but I think this is pretty important. So a couple of things. One, I had a North County Transit District meeting in July on the 22nd, and we did a couple of things that I think are pretty important. One is we took action to establish priorities at North County Transit District as it relates to the regional transportation plan. And the key change, as far as I was concerned, was to take quality of life improvements like grade separations and pedestrian facilities and move them from a 10-year priority to a 5-year priority. So that was the highest. We did 5, 10, and 15-year priorities. So quality of life is now in the highest priority for NCTD, and it's our hope that SANDAG will agree that it's important to focus on addressing quality of life issues. The other action we took is we approved a change to the coaster schedule that will happen in October, and we're going to be making changes that will increase the frequency significantly. The number of daily weekday trips from 22 to 30, summer Friday trips from 26 to 30, winter Friday trips from 22 to 32, summer Saturday trips from 12 to 20, winter Saturday trips from 8 to 20, Sunday trips from 8 to 20. And there's an improvement in the schedule, and it's going to make it essentially about every hour there'll be a coaster. So we're working hard. We've got the new locomotives. We're refurbishing the coach cars. So it's an enjoyable ride, and we're doing everything we can to encourage people to leave their car at home and to travel by coaster. The other thing that we have done is we've established an agreement with Metrolink to allow operability of our trains and their trains in our service areas. So there will be a train that will be offered, a coaster train that will go as far north as Anaheim, and it's going to be focused on opportunities to see an Angels game, or when the Olympics start, we're going to be able to provide some train service up north to some of those Olympic events that are going to be coming up. So it was an important agreement. It's been discussed for many, many years. And Mr. Tucker, the CEO there at NCTD, worked with Metrolink to finally get that in place. So it will give people an option that I think is pretty important in terms of expanding the use of public transit. So some good things we got done, and that's it.
Thank you. That's important stuff to share. I appreciate you doing that. Okay. Anyone else want to share anything quickly? Okay. So do we have an update from our city manager, our city attorney report, or city clerk report?
Mayor, just real quick, we do have an unscheduled vacancy on the Traffic and Public Safety Commission. This is the at-large representative, so it just means you have to be a registered voter and reside in the city of Encinitas. And applications are available online, and the deadline for those applications is Thursday, September 9th.
Okay, great, thank you. All righty, well, our next meeting is on August 25th, which is next Wednesday, 2021. With that, we are adjourned.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.